Hey,
Yes, sir.
my bad. I thought there was an issue with my earbuds, not the. I had my mic muted the whole time.
Oh shit. You know, damn. I was like, don't throw me in front of the lions, then. I was like, damn. I know like a lot of people can get up here and talk, but I can't. I gotta have somebody up here. Yeah, I
Nah,
feel like,
yeah, yeah, definitely. Like I could see Candy uh,
yeah,
being able to just run with it
yeah.
by herself.
I can't do it.
Yeah, that's why I got you, bruh.
There you go. There you go. My dog.
What you up to?
Just hanging loose. Just doing what we can do to survive. That's all we can do.
Word.
I've got I got a buddy that may come up in here in a little bit. Smitty Wesson. Um, I don't think he's sub to you, but he's been on my stream a few times, and I've been telling him about different people like you and Candy and all. So he might come up in a little bit.
All right, cool with
What's
that.
up, At?
Hmm. What's
I didn't
Ginger doing?
I didn't know that, Vat. I didn't know that Candy did one earlier. I missed it. Oh, Ginger and Roland was there. Oh, okay. That I was at work.
Uh,
uh, I don't. I don't think Candy is live. I don't think. Let me look at my subscriptions here.
you look better with this camera view.
Oh, do I?
It makes your well. Let me see. Your circle looks bigger.
Ah,
No, I don't think so.
okay. All right. I do got a notification that Candy was live 2 hours ago. But there's nobody. It's already ended though.
I'm gonna text Ginger and see what she's doing.
Yeah. I just texted Tommy.
Does he get text messages out in the swamp?
Yeah. I know that he's gonna be moving in the next, maybe, well, by the end of this week. You know. But he did tell me he'd probably be offline for a while. Um, but I told him I'd keep up with him and let him know what's going on. What's up, Vat? Roar, Leo, brother. Salute.
That's Simba. You keep calling Vat
Yeah, I just know him as Vat. But he goes by Simba, but I just always know called him Vat.
like VAT.
V- Yep.
Oh, word.
Yep.
Need something to drink.
I'm
But yeah,
hoping that I'm sorry, Kate. Go ahead.
no. I was just gonna.
Oh, I was just saying. I hope Smitty comes be able to come in here because
What's the deal with him?
oh, I've known him since he was like 2. He's the brother from the other mother, kind of like you, you know. And right recently he's subscribed to my channel. He goes to my streams, and I'm trying to introduce him to like Candy and you, and so but he's a really good guy. And I says, I got a buddy that's going live in a few minutes. I said, you're more than welcome to come. And so I texted him. I took a picture of your channel thing, and I
Mm-hmm.
texted to him. So and I also told him, I said, if you look on my channel to find it and sub. So hopefully,
Oh, I see why Simba's saying that. They're live right now.
are they live? Let me refresh my page because I seen the where Candy ended the stream like 2 hours ago. Let me refresh the page.
Maybe I'm reading that wrong. She kind of
Let me
typed it
look.
wrong. But um, you remember what happened last time? You brought somebody to the group.
Uh, mm.
Nothing against your boy,
Right,
Smith.
right, yeah. Um,
I'm just messing with you, bro.
I know that, dog. I feel you. But yeah, it says she streamed 2 hours ago. Um,
Yeah, okay, maybe I read that wrong.
all right,
She said
I
she's
had
on
to
her way now.
refresh the page. So
I'm sending her the link.
all right,
You've texted her before, huh?
I've
Or is
texted
that
her,
this
but
one?
I told her she sent me something earlier on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I said Caleb is going live at 10. Oh, okay. She texted me at 8. My eyes are getting bad. 8:10 tonight, and she says, "Hey, we backstage. If you have time, come back." And she gave me the link, and I said, "Hey, Caleb is going live at 10." And that's so. And I texted Tommy just a little bit ago. Um, see if did I text him? Did it even send it? Yeah, Tommy. 10:03. I said Caleb is live. It says sent, but it doesn't tell me if it's been delivered or not.
Yeah, it's probably his service.
Yeah, because I remember him telling me that I've sent him a text before and it'd be like a day late.
I
I was
wonder
like,
how he gets good internet like he does.
I don't know.
Because my parents back down their road, they live way out there, and they don't have good service out there or good internet
Oh wow,
because of the same reason. I guess I don't know.
right. Yeah, he's told me, he said, well, I didn't get your text till like a day late. I was like, wow, so hopefully he can get this. Hey, Caleb, give me about a couple of minutes. I'll be right back, bro.
All right,
All right, be right back.
all right. Uh, Bond, James Bond. I get it now. Good, Sim. Why does he call you Bat? Candy and Ginger are on their way, or Ginger is on her way. I was. I'm a vet. Thank you for the support. Vat. Oh, okay. That's what I figured. Just that. Happy Happy New Year. Shadow Blue.
All right, brother. I just
Good.
I just found I phoned our buddy, and
Mm-hmm.
he says he's on his way. He was preoccupied with something. He was telling me, he's like, I was just sitting here watching somebody want to be an EMT and blah blah. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" So, but he said I'll be there. I was like, all right. And I also know that Kenny just texted me. She said, "Whoopee!" She said I'll be there. So we got a couple people coming. Oh, Madhu
I got
says
him.
no link.
I,
Oh,
I
gotcha.
got him.
Oh, he's calling me that. Yep. I always call you Vat, but Simba, Vat. You the little brother from the other mother.
From Fiji.
Fiji.
Man, I didn't even think that place existed. I thought it was just postcards and stuff. I thought they made it up. It's so pretty.
Yeah, it is beautiful. God Almighty, it's so beautiful. I told him, I said, hopefully one day I can come there. I said, then we'll take over. He's like, oh, I want you to come here. I want you to come here. I was like, Bo, I said, you may not want me to be there.
Why not? Because you'll stay.
I might.
Yeah, place is awesome. Awesome looking. No, I haven't. I wish. I wish. That's like a bucket list that I'll be okay with if I never get around to it because it's so. I'm short of flights there. My dream place is Belize. And I want to go to Belize, but Fiji's definitely on the list.
Man, I tell you, I told Vat that, I said, man, I said, do you get us there? I said, we get on the beach, have some drinks, chill out, whatever. It'd be awesome.
Salute. What's he?
How the hell did I get here?
ODB? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ODB um, profiles.
How in this shit?
Um, but I'm pretty sure, Sim, that ODB was um, valid chasing. I caught him in a few false valid situations.
Let's see. I don't know about ODV. Hey, Caleb,
Yeah.
I'm going to, I got some issues here. I'm gonna try to take care of. I'm gonna leave the room. I'm gonna come back in.
All right.
All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully.
Yeah, Simba. I remember multiple times uh, catching him in some false valor situations. Like I can't even remember them, but easy stuff. Like I got a list of questions that I'll ask guys that only guys who have been through basic training or stuff like that would know. Stuff that's like programmed into us. but the nuances you don't think about them a whole lot, you know. And or something like what was your MOS? Like majority of civilians don't even realize that there's a job skill assigned to everybody. So uh, in the Navy, no, just the Army. I got you, EQ.
All right, brother. I don't know how in the hell I opened another damn tab in a completely different window.
Yeah, but I don't. Majority of the time, I don't confront them, James Bond. I just to know myself. Now, if they do something uh, disrespectful, like I don't like hearing guys that I know weren't talk about like I don't know losing men overseas and shit. Yeah, I just spot them from my own personal information. You know,
All right. Tommy says he needs a full length, Caleb.
no, you don't need a full link. You just do the StreamYard.com and then type that text message in behind it. What's you know,
Yeah.
Tommy was in the Navy. You can tell. See, get any gifts for Christmas? Exactly, exactly, James Bond. Full drinks. Let's go ahead. Where's Jim?
I don't know. Did you text her, Caleb?
She said she was on the way.
Oh, okay. X. All right.
Full drinks. Semper Fi, Shadow Blue said. I was Army, bro. Come on.
Why?
Come on. Simba. What was harder, Army or Navy? Which is harder? Like harder what? Harder basic training, harder jobs. The general consensus amongst servicemen is that the Navy and the Air Force, excuse me, the Air Force are like easy, I guess would be the word. That
Yeah. Yep.
not easy, but
But
they're not as hard on your body as the Army, and then of course the Marine Corps at the top of all of that.
I would
Because
consider. I would consider like the Navy and the Air Force. You know, I'm not taking anything away from them, but I would say it was more. What's the word I'm looking for? Caleb? Laid back. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I'm saying that loosely, but like you said, I would. It's not as physical. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yep.
definitely.
But I know that they do have a job, and I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but it's not like it's
They still go through the like red phase type
yeah, but it's
stuff,
not.
like teaching them how to snap to and how to take orders and all of that. But
It's not as physical, I think, and
yeah, yeah. I don't know if they do ruck marches or FTXs and stuff. Maybe they do. I don't know.
uh,
It's hua,
whoa,
hua,
what?
hua, hua.
Airborne. Whoop.
But we use hua for everything. Everything that's like I agree, I understand, um, I
Copy.
read you, I copy, all of that. Well,
Yep. Whoop.
I'll say I'll be like, what the fuck? Well,
Oh, there's Ginger. It's like whoop.
where's I guess I'm gonna have to post the link. Uh,
Oh, there's Candy too. Whoop. I had to throw that one in there, Caleb.
the Marine Corps is hoorah,
Hoorah.
hoorah, and the Navy is hooyah. I don't know how they say it. Hooyah,
Hoo-yah.
Navy. Yeah,
Yeah.
hooyah.
It's all basically almost the same thing, but different. How would you say, Caleb? Different sayings or
What you?
pronunciations, like hoo and hoorah. You know,
I'm pretty sure it's all like they all come from the same and hooyah. They all come from the same word, like hurrah, like a battle cry.
right?
Back, way back.
Way back, yeah. But it's just like I guess they have different pronunciations. Maybe
Yeah.
you know.
No, they just made it their own over
Yeah,
the years. I'm sure. Like there's a language thing. It's really just any details. Like
right.
I was a young Marine. It's kind of like the Boy Scouts, but not getting touched by. Okay, never mind. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah. I know.
mean.
I know where you come from. Yeah,
It's not quite as Betty Homemaker
yeah,
uh, as the Boy Scouts, but you have to learn as a young Marine. You got to learn pretty much all of the little details. Like you got to learn the DNC, the drilling ceremonies, how to march, how to and all four branches call that differently. That's why I don't understand. Like, did you see the Army Navy football game?
no,
It was it's a big traditional game. The academy at Annapolis, that's the Navy, and the West Point, their football team plays. And the month before the game, they swap a student. This is what I heard from my cousin's husband. I didn't even know this. Uh, for like a month, they train at you know what I'm saying, like a what do they call it? A student that comes in from another country.
uh, uh shit. I I know I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. Caleb. Yeah, that.
I got you. But yeah, and I don't know how they do that. How would they like if you don't know the Navy's DNC? I guess at college at the academy, they don't uh they don't do a lot of DNC and stuff like that. Just be the class. It's all cadets,
Yeah.
the dots. That's what their rank is. What was their rank back in the Gap? Did you ever come across any cadets?
No.
Oh man, they're the worst. They're
Yeah.
worse than lieutenants. For real.
Yeah.
They're
They're
young
trying
and dumb. They're
trying
like
to make
18.
a name for themselves.
Yeah, and they're yeah, it's very political. But
Yeah.
they're young and dumb and like 18, 19 years old, and they're over sergeant majors that have been in the
Oh yeah.
army for 15 years. You see them guys. I mean, some of them walk all over them, but
Yeah.
because what you gonna do? You're a cadet. You know, we had them in New Orleans when on deployment, like after Katrina.
Hmm.
We had them down there, and some of them were cool. Some of them, like I was glad was, gonna be leading soldiers one day, and some of them are like,
Yeah.
uh, you know,
I know.
bricks.
Yep. And a lot of them is like anything. If you get a little bit of power, it goes to your head, and you can try to make a name for yourself, try to prove yourself, and you can break these others down. and it's not like that. I mean, there's, even if you get to be an officer, you know, you learn, but if you throw power at a young person, you know what? It's like they're wanting to make themselves known, and
Salute.
so salute.
And
What's up,
salute.
Tommy?
Two.
Ugh. Tommy.
Y'all remember them days, huh? I
Damn.
did. Hit
Ugh.
about face. Forward march.
Yeah, dude. Not only was I in the Young Marines as a kid, but I graduated from a military-based school. Um, it was on the same base as my home unit was. So DNC, I could be on the national team, bro, and like down to the T, because you don't have like BRM, you don't have like basic rifle marksmanship and stuff like that in the first two that I was in. So they got to fill the time with something.
Yeah, in the Navy, you're not going to get a whole lot of marksmanship unless you're going to be in that situation. You know how CBs go in and build airstrips? They're going to get a lot of marksmanship sometimes.
I saw CBs in Iraq. They were building huts. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that the CBs were like, but it makes sense. Bees, little busy bees, building shit.
Well,
I like
I mean, they're on ground, right? They're going to be with Marines. They're going to be with the Army.
the
They're
Marines.
going
That's
to have
where
to.
that's where I was.
They're
I
going to
was
have
in
to pick
MNF
one up
West.
and fight at some point, possibly. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. This is the first time we had seen a female in like a month, because females don't go outside the wire. They'll stay on the big installations like Camp Victory, stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
keep
we
them being
we would only
exposed
go
to radicals.
we would only go back to the main base. I was out of Al Assad, the air base over there, Saddam's personal air base, where they got like half buried Russian MiGs in the ground, because when we took over, when EQ and his people stormed back in 91 or 93, he thought he was going to bury all of the evidence, but didn't finish it. But we would only go back there to like resupply every now and then, because we had a few places around my combat outpost. But dude, we were so far out in the middle of nowhere. It was not far from the Syrian border, and it was like a corner of two MSRs, two roads. Um, we had 3 rolls of sea wire in a big circle with some piles of dirt. It was supposed to be a berm, but it wasn't really a berm. And we came back from mission and clearing our weapons in the barrels, and I look up and see a female in a desert camo, like the old woodland camo, but desert. And I was like, man, I ain't a Marine. And there's not supposed to be women of ours out here. And it was the CBs out there building huts. It's pretty cool. Should have known. I should have known it was Navy, because I had good trucks. The trucks that were out there were like, the Navy's got money. They send us out there in jalopies.
Oh yeah, the U.S. Navy's behind a whole lot of stuff. If it weren't for the Navy, man, there wouldn't be supplies to supply a war.
True.
The Marines wouldn't have medics.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. I don't. Corpsmen. I remember when I realized, like, oh, so there's, for every, what is it? Like every squad, or every platoon, there's a medic. There's a corpsman, a Navy corpsman.
Yeah.
I think they just keep that like that for tradition at this point. They could easily start
Yeah,
Uh,
it might be on the availability of manpower. So they might not have enough Army medics. They might not have enough Marine Corps medics. You know what I'm
but
saying?
it's just the Marine Corps. Army, we have our own. My
Okay.
a guy I used to fight with, he fought for the same program I did. He was my medic in my squad. Actually, we had a medic per. It had to be
Mhm.
per platoon, and he was just added to my squad because I don't remember us having that many. But anyway,
But wherever you find the Navy at, you're going to find the Marine Corps.
Yep.
yeah. Well, the Air Force was a division of the Army at one point, and the Marines were a division of the Navy at one point. They just got so big it broke off.
Right. Well,
Did,
yeah, it still is, but it's kind of on its own. But like when I was stationed at one base, 30% of it was Navy and 60, a little over 60% of it was Marine Corps. And
Hmm.
I was
Yeah,
side
but
by side
back
with the
when you
Marines every day.
back when you were in, y'all was still using like muskets and stuff. So I'm sure a lot of stuff was different.
No, man, we had the
dedicated
BAR,
dog.
M60, M16, Mark 79s. Still had the
The
good old
M16,
45.
the M16A1.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had M4s.
Okay. Yeah. That was 30. It changes.
Yeah, what y'all had the M60
We call it the Mattel toy.
Mattel boy. What is that?
Toy.
Oh, Navy probably got different thing. EQ, you had an M60 or saw?
M16.
Oh, the Army called it the Mattel toy too. That
No,
was a nickname for the M16 back then because it was made out of plastic.
I
Call it
mean
a
when
toy.
you what was the first level crew serve weapon that was in use when y'all were going? Like belt fed crew serve. I was a gunner,
The
so
most common weapon for combat would be the
no, no,
M16. It was a
no.
non.
Mm.
Crew serve means more than one person should be putting it up on top of the truck or putting it in. You know what I'm saying? A belt fed, something you got to rack back with.
Oh, the 50 cal in the old box. What is it? Night. I can't remember. It shot a 308 round, and then we had the
Oh, the
M6.
Mark 19.
Yeah, old
No,
box.
308. That was
And
the
then
M60.
yeah, and then we had the M60.
Yeah, yeah. EQ. Did y'all move to the Saw by Desert Storm? Like the first. What was
I
the y'all M60s? What was y'all's?
the 50, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, brother.
Yeah, I mean the 50's been around since Vietnam.
Yeah,
It ain't going nowhere. The Modus ain't going nowhere.
that's right. I ain't going nowhere.
Damn, Tom.
I'm gonna make them dance. You
All right.
ever
Who's
shot a
this?
double barrel Maldus, two of them side by side, anti-aircraft?
All right.
Man, they'll give you a jump, man.
Yeah,
Um,
y'all got some big guns in the Navy.
Oh
But
God.
I mean, in Iraq, I had a 50 cal. This is all just assigned to me. A 50 cal, my saw,
Yes,
my
yeah.
M4, my M9 because I was an MP. We carried pistols even in theater for some reason. Um,
There's a
and
LT.
what's that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll tell you.
And my team leader, all the team leaders in the unit got ACOGs, which is a little bit nicer scope for their M4 than just the reflex sights that other
Y'all
people
all
got.
modern and stuff, man.
Dude, and I kept it in my crow's nest in case I had to make any precision shots from far away, like my warning shots.
Yeah.
Ground, grill, grape. That's the three warning shots you get. One in the ground, one in the grill to a vehicle, and then one in the grape.
yep.
Yeah. As a sidearm on shore patrol and base police, sometimes I would carry a 45.
What
When I was,
45 to 1911?
yeah, a
Damn,
fine piece of machinery.
I
Oof.
bet.
And then on Armed Forces Police, I carried a Smith and Wesson 38.
They issued that.
Yep, yep,
I didn't know DOD had a contract with Smith and Wesson, but that makes sense.
yeah. Oh man, the 380 was a service weapon at one time too. It was issued to officers. 380 auto, 380 caliber
Yeah.
pistol. Yeah.
Look. Oh, but I could see a 380 on the hip of an officer. You know,
Mhm.
that just makes sense. It's
Also,
danked.
we
What?
keep sometimes a 12 gauge.
Yeah, they
Use them carry
Mossberg.
those out on the street. Yeah.
What is it? Mossberg model
No, I think we had Winchester.
570 or something like that.
I can't remember. Man, it's been almost 50 years ago. I think it was a Winchester, or it was either Winchester or Remington. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
I'm gonna look it up.
Tell you what I did like was that little Mark 79 grenade launcher. Thump gun. Boom.
870. No. Yeah, the Remington 870.
The police
remember-
still use those today too. It's 870, man. That's a pretty
Yeah, that's the go-to.
exactly. I like the
remember-
Mossberg though.
What's the Mark 70? What you said?
Oh, the Mark 79 grenade launcher.
Oh, okay. We got 203s on the bottom of y'all. I'm sure y'all, maybe not. You know the 203 grenade launcher that attaches to the bottom of M4 or M16.
Oh, it's got a rotating drum on it that rotates in rounds, and you can boom, boom.
No,
boom.
I don't. No, I know what you're talking about, but I don't think anybody ever got assigned that. They just had them sprinkled throughout the unit. It was just it's just a bigger barrel on the bottom of the M16 or M4 barrel. We had M4s.
Now,
You know,
down at the EOD detachment, they had some that was taken out of service, but it was a old Ithaca 12 gauge fully automatic shotgun. They had two.
You know what the sign-on bonus for EOD is? Last time I checked,
Probably 100,000, huh?
$100,000 sign-on bonus to be explosive ordnance detachment.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude,
And that
I
ain't
mean-
much money at all nowadays.
you know what mine was as a military policeman? 20 grand.
20 grand.
Mm-hmm.
That's a shame.
I re-enlisted and I was a signalman and I got 15 grand.
Damn.
That's back in the 70s.
Yeah, I was gonna say back in like shillings or something like that, right?
Mhm.
So like Spanish silver.
Yeah. And 15,000 back then, man, that was say too. It was in that was 76 when I re-enlisted and I got
Damn. I was like-
15,000 cash.
76. I was like, hell, 69. I was like 7 years old.
I
That was my
agree.
stepdaughter.
God,
With,
I was like 7.
I agree with Blackhawk on that. He said the Kalashnikov is capable of going through sand, dirt, and water, and is one of the best assault rifles, if not the best. There are some guns better in accuracy. However, the AK-47 endures more. Maybe copied and pasted that, but I totally agree with that. This totally agree with that.
Yeah, AK-47, man, you take that out and get you a long barrel put on that thing, you're gonna get some good distance out of it.
No,
Ooh. Ooh.
I saw a
Yeah.
video of a guy one time that he had 3 or 4 barrels in front of him, and in every barrel was like sand, oil, water, something else. I can't remember what it was. And in all 4 barrels was an AK-47. And you go in, pull it out, not even let the whatever's finish draining, and just just start throwing rounds downrange. And every single one of those out of each barrel fired, emptied the clip.
Yeah.
It's just such a loosely built
That's the
internals.
word for it. That way you can shake everything out of it.
Yeah, and it's simple. It's a very simple design. You know, and I was surprised. We trained with them before we went to Iraq, just in case there was ever a situation where we had to use it. Um, they're small.
Yeah.
You know, like the I'm talking wooden stock and all of that. It's a lot smaller than you would think.
I'm trying to
That's
remember. I remember back at like in like 92, 93. Um, I went to the open house at Pope uh, at the Pope station down here, which is now been taken over by the 82nd Airborne or Fort Bragg. But when it was known as Pope Air Force Base, um, they had a open show, air show, whatever. And I remember them doing like a mock um, takeover of an airstrip, enemy airstrip, and there was a supposedly bomb that they would drop over this airstrip, and it would when it fell, it would actually go underneath the ground so far, and it would explode to make craters. I can't remember what the hell they called it though.
I know. I've heard it. I saw a video on the History Channel on it.
Do you remember Christmas ribbon candy? I do, Ginger. I haven't seen that in around here in a while.
EPW.
Ah,
That's the categories, and I'm trying to bunker busters. That's what you're talking about, a bunker buster.
bunker. I think that sounds familiar, Caleb.
yeah. It blows and then it just keeps on going. Blows up again. Something like that. Those are badass.
You damn right they are. Because I
So
know
is
that
the
we
MOAB,
I know that
the
when we was
mother
in
of all bombs.
I remember that whenever we was in our Iraq, and we was bombing the airstrips of Saddam. Um, they would drop them bombs, and they would actually go like 15 feet below the surface,
Uh
and
huh.
then explode. And
Man.
they would create these massive craters, and in order to take off, they had to go in there and refill these craters, and so the planes could take off. But man, they were awesome as fuck back at the time.
Yeah, uh, yeah. The airstrip that you were talking about that y'all were bombing.
Mm,
That's where my headquarters was, Al
Okay.
Assad. I mean, I'm sure it was. It's the airstrip in Iraq, the
yep.
air base in Iraq.
They I mean the to see the massive destruction that these bombs would go up underneath the ground before they exploded, and then create these massive craters that I mean, you take three or four different planes come in and drop these bombs, they could wipe out a runway in nothing flat. And then they had to come out and try to fill these things up to try to take planes off or whatever.
So
It
y'all
was
could operate.
Yeah, it was awesome, dude. It was so awesome. And then I know that there was another bomb that they would drop, and whenever the main bomb would the it seems like the nose cone would open up, and it would drop
Yeah,
these miniature.
it would rain down on.
Yeah,
I know
like
that's hellfire. I'm pretty sure.
yeah. I mean, it would
Oh
just
yeah,
go
that's that. Ooh,
everywhere.
that thing's active too.
God dang.
Yeah, the
Uh,
MOAB they dropped that back
yeah,
in Afghanistan back in was it 2017 on ISIS. You talk about shell shock. Them dudes come out destroyed the nervous system, man. They
Oh
just
yeah,
like didn't know what to do, man.
shock and awe, and that's what it
Yeah.
was. Shock and awe.
oh, never mind. The Hellfire. Oh, this is kind of sick. The
Yeah.
Hellfire. It's a kinetic warhead. It would pop out blades instead of explosives.
Ooh,
Spaz 12. I didn't think the Spaz 12 was even a real shotgun. I thought it was just movie stuff.
You know,
I don't know if I'd want a automatic shotgun. I don't. I never used the auto feature on my M4 either. Like when we would do mount operations and stuff, training and all of that. I'm. I always kept it on send and just squeeze them off. But I was a paintball kid. I'm used to pop, 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 pop.
yep. And the thing about it, Caleb, is also like, that's one of the things I remember. You know, if you go, if you send "Tut, tut, tut," and stop, you know, and you go "Tut, tut, tut," and stop, it's like a lot
That's
of times.
that's why they switched to the 3 round burst
Yeah,
on from the auto on the M2 to 3 round burst on the M4. I played with it a few times. It's fun, but they hop up and to the right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what we were taught was to shoot short bursts like three rounds. Keeps the barrel
Yeah,
cool too.
they would teach us as a gunner. They taught us, especially with that 50 cal. Um,
Yeah.
you say to yourself, "I need a burst," and when you're done saying that, let off. So it's you know,
yep.
with them all dudes. I remember one time we had a bunch of. I got to the end of a range. It was a driving range. The trucks were moving, and we were shooting targets out of the right side. Um, I remember I got to the end, and I still had a bunch of rounds, so I just spent them. That barrel was white hot.
You
It
lit it
got
up.
so hot, I just let it go.
I hear you, bro.
Uh,
You lit that motherfucker up.
I got my instant karma though because when we got to the end, went to take it down and I had my gloves on. So when I grabbed the barrel, I didn't realize it was still hot. And I go to shove it down in through the crow's nest, and the heat came through my gloves.
Oh
And by
yeah.
that time, I already had somebody grabbing it. You know what I mean? I just had to manhandle it out, and my hands were wrapped
That
for a few
metal was
days and
starting to
stuff.
swell up, wasn't it?
It's
I don't remember
It's
the
starting to
different
expand.
change.
It's so hot.
Yeah, but I do remember it was white. Like
Yeah. Oh man, that's
it was
hot.
crazy.
oh god.
Yeah.
See, I only got to shoot a double deuce twice, and it was like 20 rounds each time. That was it. Yeah, they call it training. I just call it getting familiar with it. You don't really learn it. And then a single deuce, I got to shoot a couple times too, and that was still only like 10 rounds each. Just familiarization. They don't want to waste the ammo if they ain't got to.
So y'all didn't did y'all do a class on like headspace and timing and stuff? Like how to set the headspace and timing on a 50 cal?
No, it was just getting familiar with the gun. It wasn't like you were going to train it to go into combat. It's like, hey, we got to jump up and use it. Now,
I
gunners
got you.
mates got into it a lot more, But
Yeah. That's what I
the Marines really get into it deep, everything, taking it apart, and I mean everything.
when they choose the gunners for every platoon before you go overseas, you have a whole another set of courses that you have to go through for every U.S. weapon that we use in theater of war. So I still remember how to do headspace and timing on a 50. That's the airspace between because the barrels unscrew and interchange. For you to be able to keep it. You're assigned with my 50 cal. I was assigned 2 barrels with it, and
Right, I got you.
when you screw the next one on, you got this little thing on a dog tag chain. One
Lock it
side
in.
is the headspace, which is the space between the barrel and the bolt, because they gotta have a little gap for some reason. It's weird,
Probably
but
for heat.
Oh,
I I don't know what it's for.
Candy says, "How do you prevent a misfire or bullet from shooting back at you?"
Uh,
Wow.
mo-
Bullets don't
that's
shoot back.
that's such a that's
Yeah.
if that's ever happened, it's such a rare occasion.
No, I,
Talking
I
like
You
a
gotta worry.
flip off.
I have seen the like where Tommy, you just said cook off. If a person is repeatedly shooting you know a weapon, the barrel can get so hot that the next projectile can ignite, and that's what you call a cook off. You
You
know,
can get that out. Yeah, you can get that out of any automatic weapon if
yeah, oh yeah,
enough ammo going through it.
yep,
Yeah, that's a good point, Shadow. Just keep it clean.
Oh
You got to
yeah,
worry more about negligent discharges. Like you wouldn't believe it as much as we clear weapons and check barrels, and you got to have a partner check your barrel and stuff like that. There's still like in the hooch that we stayed in Iraq. The unit before us was an active army unit from somewhere, and one of their guys was cleaning his weapon, shot. It went through the wall, and it just so happened that their medic was walking by and caught the bullet.
oh shit,
And I, it blew my mind. How's that happen? Even with especially with an active unit, like this is all y'all do. We're 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. Even though I stayed deployed my entire enlistment, pretty much, just trying to break up that money. Um, most National Guardsmen, they train when they go that 1 month, one time a month. You're an active duty soldier. This is your life. You live on a base or right off of a base. You have an active duty job and you're deployed and you have a negligent discharge. It just blew my mind.
do you know what he did?
Hmm.
He forgot the number one rule: guns are always loaded.
exactly.
Look what that
Yeah,
got out of.
he was probably dry firing and stuff.
Yeah,
Mm.
man. If I hand somebody a gun, I'm gonna hand them a revolver. I make sure the cylinder's out of the gun. And I hand it to them with the
True.
cylinder
Mm.
bent over to the side. I hand them a semi-automatic pistol. It slides all the way back, and there's no magazine in that gun. That way you can clear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
I mean, it's common sense.
exactly, man.
Common sense. Um, I was just thinking about ODV. Um, I think he was supposed to be in the Air Force.
He said,
uh, he's but it's the picture of him um, in his dress in his greens.
Right.
That's army. It appeared to be army. I don't know where he got it from, or if it was ROTC or whatever.
I have no clue. But hell, maybe I'm wrong. But I was thinking he was saying he was in the Air Force. So I don't know. Then I heard a bunch of other stories, but I'm not getting into those.
What about ODB?
Yeah.
I'm I don't remember specifically. Maybe once or twice having to um, call him on stuff,
Right.
but most of the time I just let him roll with it.
I got you.
now, we're talking about boot camp. The boot camps to teach you to follow orders and to teach you discipline. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All the
Yeah,
physical stuff, man, is just to get you in shape so you can move gear.
yeah. Well, in the Army and the Marine Corps, what their whole goal is to break you down to zero
Oh,
and then
maggot.
build you back from scratch.
Right.
And the Marine Corps takes that to a whole nother level. There's no better organization in the world at
Can do that.
brainwashing people into killers.
Yep. Because
That's,
like
that's like a
you take a bunch of civilians that come in, you've got to retrain the thought. You've got to
yeah,
retrain their thinking, from like civilian life to military life, and then once they transition from military life to back to civilian life, it's a whole nother spectrum. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
They're
So
they're they're teaching you to go into survival mode.
right,
Yeah.
Go in
Well,
an attack survival mode, and you've got to be able to cut that off in the real world,
right.
not combat. You
I
know what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I know a guy that right now that his MOS was the demolition part. And even though he's out now, but still he has to keep in touch with you know certain departments because they want to know. Okay, well, you was in a demolition. You know explosives. You know this. He has to keep in touch with them so often. And I was like, damn, dude.
Uh,
Ugh.
yeah,
mm,
I know a lot of guys that were over in Nam that were in the Navy that saw a lot of combat. One of my friends was a river rat, a river patrol boats.
River rat. Yep.
mm, that's a badass boat. I saw a documentary on them. It's like a big ass jet boat or something, right?
Oh, I can't remember. I don't know. I wasn't on one, but when I went in, I told them I wanted to be a gunner's mate on a river patrol boat. And they said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna make a GMT out of you." Next thing you know, I'm going to nuclear weapons training group, becoming a guided missile technician. I'm like, yeah, damn it.
What did your MOS actually do?
Okay, I
Guide-
started off as a guided missile technician. Then I almost went over to aviation ordnance. Then I started to do boatswain's mate, and I became a Navy signalman. I worked in the crow's nest.
So what did your MOS like? If you had to explain what that job did in layman's terms to a civilian or something, what would you say?
Okay, a signalman, visual communications, and a professional lookout. More
Okay, so you were like a forward observer in the army.
Uh, well, I don't know what a forward observer does.
For every mortarman, there's a forward observer. There's like when you're sending mortars, you got two guys on the ground between where you're shooting mortars from and where you're bombing.
Well, you know what a radioman does, right? He talks on the radio, right?
Yeah.
Visual communications is the same thing, except you use visual, semaphore, flashing light, and flag hoist.
Oh, dude, you know Morse
You've seen
code?
the ships. Yeah, you've seen the ships at sea. You see that little light going, that blinking light up on the top.
Yeah. You know Morse code?
Yeah, that's visual communication.
Oh, dude, that's cool. I got flashlights that do it, but I don't know it.
No, well, then what happens when we pull into port? We get stuck with all the shore patrol duties, prison arrest courts, and all that other stuff, man.
That's cool.
Takes a lot of concentration. Thing is, you get up on the signal bridge. It's kind of like being in the crow's nest on a ship. You know what I'm saying? You get to see everything.
Crow's nest.
Yeah.
I had a crow's nest. It wasn't on a ship, dude. That riverboat cost $400,000 each. There's only one operational. It's a 31-foot armored badass with it looks like a 50 cal on the front.
Uh-huh.
I remember the engine being something specific though. That's what I'm looking up. 280 horse Detroit diesel engines, each driving a Jacuzzi Brothers water pump jet. It was a jet boat with thrust buckets for reverse thrust. Get up to 28.5 knots, which is like 32 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to, they could mount torpedoes on there.
That's what I'm getting to. It had four, a team of four assigned to each one. One twin M2HB 50 cal. I guess the M2HB is like the butterfly triggers instead of, I don't know. No, Maldeus has the pistol grip. because the Maldives has butterfly triggers. Mine did. Um, with a forward rotating tub. I don't know what that means, but
It's
it had.
it spins around, rotates.
Oh, okay, like a turret.
Yeah, a
Okay.
turret. That's a good word for it.
Uh, one single Maldeus in the back, and then either one or two M60s
Hmm.
mounted, side mounted.
Yeah, you don't want that
Yeah.
bad boy chasing you down the river.
No. Oh wait, and I left one out. It had a Mark 18 grenade launcher uh, somewhere on it. It doesn't say where, but we had the Mark 19s, and that's just a military. Um, that's a military police weapon in the army, but it's pretty freaking cool. It's a automatic 40 millimeter grenade launcher that
So
has a belt of 40 millimeter grenades coming off of it. Pum 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 pum, and you lobbing grenades out there. They blow up a little bit later because it's not quite as fast as a bullet. But we never even took them out in Iraq because they had so much collateral damage. Like you can't use that in a village or a city. You take out the damage.
too much shrapnel.
You hey Caleb, you remember that one night me and you was talking about the Apache?
Mm-hmm. I got a
Uh,
buddy who's in Kuwait right now who's an Apache mechanic. Not an
Yeah.
Apache mechanic. He works
And
on Apaches occasionally. He's a Black Hawk mechanic.
Yep, and I was telling you about Simmons Airfield down at Bragg.
Yeah, that's where the Apaches, like, that's their main base.
Yep,
Or
you
something.
know, but you know, I know the Apaches is being singled out. You know, they're being phased out, but I'm gonna tell you, brother, them Apaches was bad as hell. But I know the technology has changed since then. But still, you
I
know,
think what we're trying to do is move more towards drone type situations because there's a whole MOS now of I don't even know what it's called, but they're like mobile drone units where like it'd be a 2-man team or something, kind of like scout snipers,
mhm,
and they'll go out and they have one of them in his backpack has a drone that he just tosses
releases.
Right.
basically, and he's
You
got
take
his
it, put
partner.
the wings and the tail on
Mhm.
it.
His
And,
partner's got the remote control with the video and stuff like that, and it's a surveillance thing. I think some type of reconnaissance, but they might have them weaponized, or I don't know.
yeah,
But we're trying to move more towards drones, unmanned air. There's no reason to put boots on the ground with all the technology we got.
Right.
Well, it's like going to the store and buying one of them big old styrofoam gliders and putting it together and just there
Toss
it
it.
goes.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
aboard,
It's
man.
got the little fold back wings and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he attaches it right to his maybe it's a specialized assault pack or ruck, but
Yeah.
And
that's pretty cool.
and with all the thermal imaging every day and how quiet they are,
Mm.
Dude,
put people
my
up. And,
son's got a drone with a 720p camera on it. Like
there you go.
they come 4K.
Mhm. The only
That's civilian.
the only thing that's the downfall for those is heavy wind and heavy rain.
Mm-hmm. We learned that today when we tried to fly his drone. The wind just took off with it, dude. It went. We walked damn near a quarter mile back there in the field.
And rising heat can give it an advantage too. It can
Why?
cause an uplift. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Make it easier for
No.
you to rise.
I was really good at simulations, but I never did any flight training.
There you go.
I'd like to.
I got a friend that used to have what they call a dream machine. Okay, imagine a 3-wheel golf cart with the king and queen seat on it, like on a motorcycle. One guy sits in the front, the other guy sits in the back. And in the back, it's got an engine with a great big old propeller. And then it's got a rectangular shape, like parachute, a wing. And when you take off, it lifts up and you fly with it.
And you gotta have one guy sitting in front, one guy sitting bitch.
No, the one guy in the back's just a passenger. He don't do nothing. That's just a passenger seat.
But you got to sit like that.
Yeah, that's the way you got to sit on it.
Uh,
I mean, you're like when you're sitting behind the person, you're about that seat's high enough. You're about the top of his head is about at the middle of your chest, so you got a good view. You know what I'm saying? It's not like being on a motorcycle where you'd be lower.
I
You gotta
got you.
get height on.
Well, it's not lower. My passenger seat sits higher.
Yeah, but it's not like 12, 14 inches higher. You see what I'm saying? Back seat's much higher than a motorcycle. Other than
Oh, I got you. So when the driver turns around, it's like crotch in his face.
no, you got
That's less. That's less. That's
yeah,
less.
he's got a seat right
Sexual.
there, a full seat kind of.
Oh, I got you.
Seat, and then you're on a seat, but it's just up higher. And it's like a
Okay.
three-wheel golf cart, man. A wheel in the front, two in the back. You lay out that big old, I guess you call it a sail wing. Got 2 or 3 layers on it. And it all hooks up and comes right back. When you take off, it just, woo, it go down the runway and the speed just picks it up in the air. Then all of a sudden you're airborne. And it's
Is this something the military currently uses?
No, a friend of mine's got
Oh.
one. He flies them.
Oh man, that would be so cool to have a personal aircraft of some
like
type.
kind of like a parasail on a golf cart.
Yeah, but I mean, you see them guys that have the backpacks and it's the big fans
Right.
on their back.
Like a
And
parasail.
yeah, exactly. They pull out a parachute and take off.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
This motor is on a frame like a golf cart, except it's got 3 wheels instead of 4.
And it ain't electric.
Nope, all gas.
No.
And
It can't be electric.
it only goes about 30, 35 miles per hour. When you get about a mile and a half up, you can't. It's quiet. You can hear the engine running. You can cut the engine off, and it's so quiet you can hear a pin drop. Because if the engine goes out, the only way you can glide all the way to the ground, and the procedure is to go around in circles as you're descending until you can land, and you can just land it like a glider.
Yeah, I watch a YouTube channel with a guy who has one of the backpacks and a parachute, and he just has a GoPro. He'll island hop and stuff. I think he's from like around Florida, and when he goes up and looks at everything from like, I guess it's 60, 70 feet up. He's up that high,
See, that brings up a real big problem with me and EQ. I don't see how you can jump out of a perfectly good airplane.
No.
Green light.
I don't know. I guess if we had to train, but I mean, even if I got an airborne slot, I got selected at the end of basic training because they had a few open slots. And I vowed. I got out of it. I wanted to go home, But even the Army, they just walk out of the back. It's not like a skydiving. You know what I mean? Skydiving's way up there. I don't know if I'd ever do that. But I would have been down for airborne because it's like 100 feet, and you're just walking out of the back of an airplane with 40 of your homeboys, It would have been cool. Plus, I wanted to wear that beret, that maroon beret. But I didn't do it. I would get a little, what did they call? What'd you call it? Para what? Like kind of parasailing, but
dream machine.
With a motor? No, with like what is that?
Paragliding.
Gotta be a word. Paragliding or parasailing with a motor. That'd be cool. James Bond says you can build your own.
James Bond.
Wait, what's the one with the that you run off a hill and it's a glider?
That's a hang glider. That's
glider.
Dangerous. That's dangerous. As a, it's really dangerous, bro. Because they do it off of mountains and stuff, and you got to have really good wind,
Mm-hmm.
and you need an updraft and stuff, and you're going off of the chaos of a windy day on a mountain. I'm good on that. I want to check the weather and it go wind 1 mile an hour from the north or something like that. Occasionally, all right, I'll go fly.
EQ, what does it feel like when you jump out the back of that plane?
Man, that's a rush like hell, Bo. God damn,
Damn.
Oh my God.
Bo.
And
I mean,
we haven't done an airdrop like that since World
no.
War II.
And
Really?
the thing about it is, like I think it was under Obama administration, they don't want. How can I say this? They're saying like under his administration, like, all right, w- y- you are airborne, but we're gonna take you. We don't want you doing airborne. We don't want you jumping from planes because it's a risk. You can get killed.
Oh yeah,
So
easy.
so then they come up and said, okay, well, we're gonna say you can't do that anymore. But if you're airborne, you can still have your status as airborne, but we're not gonna you know. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? You're taking away from us from doing what
Tradition,
we started.
more
We
than
signed
anything,
on this.
tradition.
Yeah, we started this. We know we signed up. We know the damn you know dangers and the risks. But you're saying, okay, well, we're not going to let you be able to jump from an airplane, but if you're airborne, you're going to be able to keep your status. Fuck that
Well,
shit.
they got
You're born without a parachute.
Yeah.
they started air assault after Vietnam, which is, I don't know if y'all had it in the Desert Storm, but the
Yeah.
difference between airborne and air assault is airborne jumps out of the back of a plane, which they haven't done since World War II. Air assault repels from helicopters, basically, like in Mogadishu, like Black Hawk Down.
Right.
That's air assault, but I'm pretty sure they're all airborne units, and I don't know why
And it's
they
like,
shouldn't stop it.
no, and the thing, I remember whenever C-31s would back in the day, whenever you drop a tank or any kind of equipment, they would get like so far off the ground, and they would have the back door open, and a chute would open, and you could drop a
Pull it
tank,
out.
or yeah,
Hmm.
and I think that if what the hell, if my memory serves me, it was like touch and go or something like that.
Yep,
I can't remember, but
touch and go. Yep,
touch and
that's
go.
touchdowns. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, they would get like 6 foot off the fucking ground and open the back hatch, and they'll drop a tank, jeep or whatever, on the runway, and then they take off again. Um, and it's like, what the hell? You don't do that shit no more. You don't do that. All right. And it's like, well, you're taking away from the status. You're taking away from the history. You're taking away from what we stood for. All right. And it's like you're watering it down. I don't need to be part
I
of all
think
that.
they don't do touch and goes anymore because, like, if we got set up, we're setting up. We're moving into your area. We're
Yeah.
taking over your. We're taking over everything. That's a combat thing. That's like you got to drop supplies to an airfield that's outside the wire, like in a combat environment. Then
Like
you
Khe
drop
Sanh in
like that. But we're
Vietnam.
just gonna, like in Iraq, we took over. Your air base is now our air base. We're gonna be flying supplies in like we do at JFK Airport.
And the thing about it down here, is like back in the day. All right, I'm not that far from Bragg. I'm still a good ways, but not that far. Um, they would. I remember they would do. The big guns. I'm talking the
Oh,
big ones. And we could hear. Even to my place, and it would sound like distant thunder. And even the people that was closer, they would, like a few days before they would do this artillery exercise, they would send out notices in the mail like, if you got any pictures on the wall or anything like on a shelf, you need to take it off because within the next 24 or 48 hours, we're going to do a artillery scenario.
Yeah.
We don't do that no more. I have not heard any kind of anything within the last 5, 6, 7 years. All
Well, they
right.
probably came up with sim rounds. Like when we trained with the 203, the grenade, the Mark 19 and 203, the grenades were like this fluorescent bright powder, like baby powder or something like that. And when it would hit, it would just be a big cloud of, you know. But I
yeah.
mean, firing it still made a little bit of noise.
Yeah.
So you might hear them firing it.
But yeah, I mean, we would used to hear it years and years ago, but I haven't heard it in a long time. Um, so to me, it's like, what's happened? Are you are is our government, you know, toning us down? I don't know.
No,
I
I
have
don't
no
think
clue.
so. We're
I don't
still the
know.
greatest
Yeah,
military on the face of the planet. There's no doubt in my mind about that. They're most efficient. Um,
right.
now, as it goes through different, I don't want to get political, but as it goes
Right.
through different
Channels.
offices, uh, when different sides are in office, they funding gets cut and stuff like that, or funding gets given. Like so, um, you might have more abundancy, more technology at certain times, but they're not going to soften us down. They say that all the time with like the stress cards and stuff like that. That was a rumor when I was like going through MEPS and all that. They give you stress cards in basic training, and it's never anything that big. The one thing I do know they changed is like drill sergeants aren't allowed to point at you like this
Right.
in your face, so they use a knife hand. They'll do this because this is
You know what? That insults people.
right. This is disrespectful or it's aggressive, you know.
Right.
But a
That's
knife
what,
hand
if
is
you,
more instructive.
I'm going to tell you, the last thing you want to do is holler at a drunk and put your finger in their face.
That's a good point.
I know 12 guys that found out the hard way.
Yeah, I get
Someone
that.
put a finger in my face, and that was the end of it.
Yeah, I'm. That's in what I call somebody's bubble. I wouldn't do that. You know, but I mean,
Yeah,
all the times.
because when your hands open, that's like it leaves some. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah,
it's
it's not as
I'm
aggressive.
right. It's like I am open. I'm not. But that finger, man, that's yeah,
Well, I got to say
you'll
one
get
thing.
hurt.
I got to say one thing. I mean, North Carolina is well blessed with military bases. We have Camp Lejeune. We
Dude,
have
y'all got Cherry Point. Y'all
well, we
got
got
fucking
no, we got Camp
uh,
Lejeune, Cherry Point. We got the
Parris Island.
Simmons Air Force Base. We have Fort Bragg. Um, we, Simmons Airfield, which is part of Fort Bragg. It used to be Pope Air Force Base, but since Pope actually moved out, that's whenever Bragg moved in and took it over. So yeah, I mean we're well blessed with the
Dude,
military bases
y'all got
here.
Parris Island, right?
That's South Carolina.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
it's Carolina.
Yeah, it's Carolina, but
Y'all the same state to those of us that live outside of y'all. You know.
yeah, if you well, if you want to look at it like that, yeah,
You know what Paris Island is?
it's the
It's on. It's only one of. It's one of only two Marine Corps basic training bases, and the way they do it, the other one's in San Diego, I think, or 29 Palms, maybe. No, it's San Diego, and they call it everything that touches the Mississippi west. If you enlist and you're from that area, you go to San Diego. Everything on the right side of the Mississippi, you go to Paris Island, and they call the San Diego Marines Hollywood Marines
Did,
because
did you
they got
go
to go to
to
California.
Did you go to Fort Benning for parachute training?
Fort Benning, Georgia.
The home for boys.
Yep.
No, I went to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Misery. Fort Lost in the Woods, Misery.
I had a buddy that went to Fort Dix in New Jersey. You know,
Yeah.
but got my
At least he
uncle
didn't go to Relax in Jackson.
exactly. You know, my uncle, whenever he served back in the 50s, he was in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Um, I think it was what was it the Sixth Armored Division. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it was in shit. I used to have his like a yearbook with his platoon and company and everything, but I don't know where the hell it is now. But yeah, he was at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, and I want to say he was in Company C, Sixth Armored Tank Division.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I know. I've
uh,
heard of the
the
sixth
sixth
armored division.
the Sixth Armored Division was a bad motherfucker back in the World War II.
Yeah, was that were they the ones that went up in Africa and went north?
I want to say they were
No.
more like in Germany, maybe.
Yeah, Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, but yeah, he was a member of the Sixth Armored Division.
Where
Yeah, and
we had a couple guys join our unit before we went to Iraq that were Cav guys, first Cav.
uh-huh.
So I learning about what cavalry comes from and all of that, and how they became what they were. They were mortarmen, I think. But I got a little respect for when I see those. You know, that big shield with the slice in the middle, and horse head on one side.
Hmm.
It's a giant combat patch, dude. It takes up. It's I think on the Velcro part because that's what we got now. Um, y'all had to sew y'all's on, huh? And Tommy, how'd y'all? Did y'all have uniforms back then? Or was it just like
Yeah,
the?
yeah, we sewed our clothes on.
But the patch sits on the. It covers the whole Velcro part and sits on the outside of it a little bit. They're a proud people in the army. Cav guys stick together.
In the Navy, on your daily working form uniform, you're just gonna wear a well,
A
yeah,
three-pointed hat.
NCO. No, the NCO will
NCOs.
wear his crow. Regular E1 through E3 doesn't wear anything on their working uniform, only on their dress uniforms. Uh, if you wear green fatigues, you
What?
usually have an emblem on your collar that designates your rank. That's NCOs. Seaman E1 through E3 ain't got anything. Now EOD on their sometimes on their fatigues that have a an emblem. Sometimes SEALs do. I don't know. I guess it's all your command, you know.
Yeah, you wait, back up. You said regular Navy men don't wear anything on their. They don't wear what? Y'all don't have like fatigues, basically.
Well, Yeah, you can have your dungarees or you can have fatigues. EOD will wear fatigues. CDs will wear fatigues. Sometimes SEALs will wear fatigues.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on what command you're at.
I got you. I thought uh,
Yeah,
I
the
thought you meant
command.
like they went in civvies.
Oh no, the
Okay.
commanding officer might say, "Well, we don't want anybody to know that they're involved in EOD, so we'll put them in regular dungarees. They won't wear their greens."
Wait, who's the greatest generation? You talking about the what EQ? What's it called? Baby boomers. EQ. You a baby boomer?
Hell, I was born in '69, so I would hell, uh, maybe I'm considered a baby boomer. I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, baby boomers are usually from the end of World War II up until around the mid 50s, somewhere 56, 57, 55, somewhere around there, I
Right?
think.
If
Uh,
that's the case, I'm not a baby boomer. A Generation
you are
X. Hell, I don't know.
64. 65 through 1980 is Gen X, but
Gen
you're
X.
right at the beginning.
All right. So some consider Gen X.
Yeah, but I mean, you're close enough. I get what he means.
Yeah.
I get what you. Yeah, that's I am Generation Y. What the hell? I think that's the millennials is what that is.
Millennials.
Because I know Gen X is right before millennials and Gen Z is right after millennials. My my son's not even Generation Z. I thought he was. He's Generation Alpha.
Alpha.
Yeah, look, that's my picture.
So baby
Yeah.
boomers went on into the 60s. I didn't know that.
Yeah, 46 through
I didn't
64.
even. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so if you were what were you, Tommy? The
A
greatest,
baby boomer.
the silent generation, one of
No,
those.
if I went into the Vietnam, I mean, if I went into the war while Vietnam was going on, I would have had to been a baby boomer.
Yeah.
Hey, I know y'all have had your share of MREs.
No,
Um, which I'm glad you said that, Tommy. Which ones do you remember as being, if I may say, the best?
it definitely
The
wasn't no
best.
human
The
beings.
best. I'm saying that loosely.
The I mean, they were new. They probably weren't even the same. They were close to the same with you, EQ.
Oh my god.
Um, but they probably still came in cans with Tommy. Um,
Yeah, they
they
were in
called
cans. They were in cans.
they called them rations back then. They were rations.
We called
Uh,
them poo rats.
God dang.
see,
Um,
I was joking, but he was serious.
he was
Um,
serious.
Yeah.
I like the chicken salsa one. You gotta trade when everybody breaks them open. Like if you're eating with a few people,
Yeah.
you you get the ones that complement the other ones. Like the jalapeno cheese doesn't come in the chicken salsa one, but it should. So you find somebody who's got the jalapeno cheese, trade him for
Trade off.
your bacon and cheese, and then you put that cheese in the chicken and salsa, and put it on the
God,
those chicken fajitas is it, and I end up making like a soup, a cheesy chicken soup.
but
That's my favorite.
let me tell you, I remember the best one that I like was the like the sausage and gravy type, Jesus Christ. But it seems like every time I would get a meal, and I'm gonna tell you a story about the Skittles.
Yeah, dude, it came in
Oh, it
the vegetable omelet, a vegetarian.
It's Bo.
That
Yeah.
sucked.
Bo. You know, and the thing about the Skittles is, it seems like every fucking MRE I had was a damn Skittle. You know, it's like,
Mm-mm.
oh
Oh,
God,
that's why you hate Skittles.
I hate the fucking hell out of a fucking Skittle. And it's
Oh
like,
no, dude.
Bo, it's like, I look at my buddy, it's like, hey, what dessert you got? He's like, oh, I got a cookie or whatever. Uh, I got a Skittle. You want Dre? Hell no. It's like, damn. You know, so I cannot stand that damn Skittle to this day. So now you know why. God damn a Skittle. Whew.
Yeah, I got you. That makes a lot more sense now because
Oh
I've
God.
loved Skittles. Have been my all-time favorite candy since I was a kid, dude.
Oh my
And
goodness. If
they
they if they was go broke tomorrow, Caleb, I wouldn't shed a tear. You know, I've
so
had
what was the candy placement in MREs back then? Was it just random? You
I
think?
I, I think, and if it was, it seems like they targeted me for damn
I
Skittles.
got you.
I
So nowadays, there's only one MRE that has Skittles in it, and I think everything's pretty much assigned at this point. Like
Right.
I used to know which one had the peanut M&Ms in it, and
oh God.
Oh,
Oh
I hate
God.
those.
what scone came in what, or what cinnamon, what dessert came in what or whatever. But now they got 5 or 6 vegetarian MREs.
Right.
I guess for political correctness, I don't know. And the omelet, it's a like a vegetable omelet. It's the most disgusting thing ever. I don't know anybody that's ever eaten it. And the trick to the nasty ones is actually warming them up, because most of the time you just eat them cold, or room temperature. They don't get cold in Iraq. They sit in a sea can, and they're all hot. But the vegetable omelet is disgusting, and not even warmed up is disgusting. So if you're getting Skittles that day, you're not eating.
Oh
Because there's
God.
really nothing good in the whole MRE. And
Fuck.
there were some days, bro, where I would give up eating because I just wanted a pack of Skittles.
Oh, God
So
damn.
we're opposite on that.
God, Jesus Christ. It wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit, Caleb, if I did never see a damn Skittle again. Ooh,
Damn, dude,
God
the purple
damn.
pack of Skittles, dude, you gotta
I
try.
don't give a shit. They're the evil. It's
Oh,
evil. I'm sorry to say, but oh God dang it, Skittle. Ooh.
dude, I'm gonna figure something out for when you come visit, and you're
Oh
gonna
my
eat a pack of
God.
Skittles with me. You're gonna share
No,
a pack of Skittles with me.
the thing about it was here about maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago. All right, the wife she had bought a bunch of candy right for Halloween. Okay, and I was thinking she was going to get a mixture of like M&Ms, Kit Kats, whatever. All right, I go looking. I was like, what the hell is this shit? It's Skittles. You know, I'm like, I ain't touching that shit. So and then, and then my son comes in and he's like, I'm gonna give you something. I said, what the hell are you gonna give? Here's some Skittles. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Get that shit away from me. He started laughing and walked out of the room. I was like, Bo, I hate you.
Hmm. Oh man, I
Dang
don't
it,
think I
damn
could get
Skittles.
tired of them. I
No,
tell you what, though, there is something like that. For some reason, we would get Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts,
Oh,
dude.
oh
I've
Lord.
eaten so many Pop Tarts overseas. I would put 4 or 6 of them together, break off all the crust, and eat them in sandwiches and stuff. I've done it every way you can eat a Pop Tart. I have, and I didn't eat Pop Tarts for like, I think I ate my first Pop Tart just recently when my little boy was getting to that Pop Tart age, and because I was just tired of them. I had them everywhere. Y'all had Pop Tarts for some reason?
Mm, I don't. If we did, I don't remember. And I would gladly say, hell yeah, I'll take a Pop Tart over a damn Skittle.
I'm trying to think what they call the Pop
Oh
Tart in that
gosh.
bag. Oh, they called it a breakfast pastry. Didn't they? Is that what they called it? A breakfast pastry?
No, I'm talking the brand. Like what? This was
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
things that we would get in Iraq as like it was outside of the MRE. It was outside of regular food. It was outside of our resupply. It was just like like I guess Pop Tart would send them to soldiers overseas to like for a marketing thing or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. There was a few like that. Like oh man, what was the energy drink? Oh, shit. There was a lot of Rip It energy drinks. They always had them everywhere because I guess Rip It was, you know, trying to use it as a marketing ploy. That's the only reason I can see a company sending as much free shit, or unless maybe like the CEO is a military brat or something like that. You know, I don't know, but there was a few things like that that they would send extras or send a lot because the like Pop Tart had to dig into their reserves to send all everything that they sent, bro.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, Candy. She said something interesting. Cocoa Pebbles. I'm
Cocoa Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles. I was she on the other night when I was telling y'all that trick? Take the actual Fruity Pebbles brand because the one in the bag, the knockoff generic ones, aren't as flavorful. And instead of milk, use the vanilla sweetened almond milk.
I, I
Dude,
remember you talking about it, but I can't remember if she was there.
I got some right now. I'm going eventually and hitting that tonight before I go to sleep.
Oh, candy. Let me tell you, I agree with you 100%. Skittles are nasty and too sugary, and they just have off taste. I remember throwing up as a kid from those things. Bo, let me tell you. Mm. I feel you.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
I do
No.
eat the canned pickled, not pickled, red herring. It's like canned herring, I guess, but no sardines. I'm straight on that.
Oh, you was backstage, Candy? I didn't realize that.
I love
No,
sardines.
no, she's talking about the other night
Oh, okay. All right.
when I was talking about the almond milk.
Oh,
Dude, you gotta try it. I'm I'm trying hard to not go get a bowl right now. But yeah, she was tipsy candy.
tipsy
Remember?
Candy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
He
Candy
didn't look
Crush.
too tipsy. He looked tired to me. They big in Jersey though.
Yeah.
Sardines.
All right. Her backbone.
When I went up there, they eat them on pizza and stuff. Candy. I was recently in Bayonne, like a couple weeks ago.
Bayonne,
Bayonne, New
Bayonne,
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Bayonne. I hit up Ginger, but I never got a response. I was only there for a couple days, visiting some family up there. It was cool. I got to experience the whole. I mean, I guess it's pretty much the same. New York, New Jersey. It's a lot alike. I saw the Statue of Liberty and the new tower and stuff. That was cool. I want to go see the Statue of Liberty, Statue of Liberty next time, but they say it's really expensive.
Sardines. No.
Yeah, that's what Tommy just held up to the camera.
No sardines for me.
Oh, and them old smoked oysters in a can. Those are good.
No.
I'll eat a grilled oyster, but
I'll
my
eat a
mom
fried.
loves oysters. I don't
I'll eat
like.
a. I'll eat a fried oyster, but no,
Fried.
yep, fried.
Yeah, I'll eat fried. Like in a if a seafood basket comes, fried seafood basket comes with a few fried oysters, I'll eat it, but not like order it. It's like snot, sea snot.
Yeah. And okra, God Almighty, if I eat okra, it's got to be fried. I can't have
Fried.
no boiled or anything because the slime
No
shit.
pickled,
Hell no,
Oh, pickled, yeah. Pickled in
pickled
a
okra. I'll eat a
no,
whole
Bloody
jar,
Mary.
bro.
no, not me.
Pickled okra in Bloody Mary is good.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, the generations before were more hardy, but the times are changing now. I think this is still the best time ever in history, human history, to live on this planet, and it's a it's at least the safest, you know. So
You know, Shadow, I see what you posted. I don't mean to ramble. I just mean I don't have much faith in this generation. My generation, the modern. I feel very unfortunate to have been born in a time of so much entitlement. It's changed. It's changed a lot.
but yeah, yeah, that going on.
I'm getting a feedback from somebody. Let me do this.
Yeah, I'm chowing down on some smoky bacon flavored cheese dip, Ritz crackers, and sardines.
Oh,
I don't, ugh.
Yeah, when I was in, I only had one situation where we actually ate sea rats, and then another time over in the barracks, somebody grabbed a couple of cases and brought them in, and we ate them. They weren't that good. I just know that ham and beans tasted like garbage.
I remember like shit on the well
Bingo.
shingle. Yep. God
Chick
Almighty,
beef on toast.
I love that with the gravy. Woo,
Mm-hmm.
that was so awesome. Good gracious.
I know how to cook shit on the shingle, but I didn't know the military used that.
Mm, God
Oh,
Almighty.
it's been all the time in the
Woo.
Navy,
I
especially
can
for
see
guard.
why it's easy.
In the Navy, out at sea, we actually have brunch every Sunday.
Damn, y'all ate good.
Yeah. But when the milk ran out, it was all powder.
Ooh.
Who is Shadow Blue?
He's from England.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Shadow Blue? How are you, brother?
How are
Where's
you
my
doing?
plane of Scrumpy?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, dude.
Happy New Year.
Looking forward to 2022, to be honest.
Yeah, I wish everything would change.
I can't wait for it. Finally.
The
Boris
only way
Johnson's
things are
trying to
gonna.
put us under lockdown again, but,
Oh God.
I'm still going to enjoy next year, whether or not he puts us under lockdown.
Uh,
Yeah.
the, the
But
lockdown.
yeah, everything I just posted, it's true. That's my perspective.
They're still doing lockdowns.
Yeah, they're
Oh, the
still trying to
Omicron.
implement a lockdown. They haven't done it quite yet. People are fussing over about the concept of yet another lockdown, but they're trying to find any excuse to put us under yet another lockdown.
Yeah.
This is what I mean.
Okay.
You have
Is the
politicians that look
Socialist
so
Party pushing that,
ridiculous.
or the Labor Party?
Huh?
The Socialist Party or the Labor Party? Is either one pushing that, or is it just a government
It's both of
unanimous?
them.
Both of them. Okay.
The Conservatives, the Labour Party, everybody who's a member of the establishment is pretty much pushing for yet another lockdown.
I got you. Now, the Socialist Party, is that the same as being a socialist?
Yeah,
It is? Okay.
the
Got it.
Labour Party. The Labour Party are the socialists, the Tories are the Conservatives.
The Laborers are the Democrats, and the Conservatives are the Republicans, basically.
Yeah,
Hmm. But
they're
it's
both.
the same over here. Both. I mean, it just so happens that the right doesn't uh, want to force as much restriction, but they're all with the fear mongering and stuff.
Right.
In my opinion, and not only my opinion, I believe that this generation is greatly let down, the greatest generation of natural born fighters, soldiers who actually fought for something. This generation has greatly disgraced it, in my opinion, the modern generation.
In more ways.
Every single way.
They're
Look at the
communists.
world. Look at the state of the world. Look at
Oh,
how Western culture is declining. Look at how our countries are in decline with these idiot politicians.
yeah.
Every
Now,
single one of them.
when I was in Scotland, the main party was the 5 p.m. pub party. I miss
I don't
watching
know it.
Doctor
I
Who.
don't feel like I don't feel like it's even possible to have a clear worldly awareness these days. So I don't have a complete understanding. Like I don't watch news. I don't. I get my news from Joe Rogan. You know, if it's important enough, Joe Rogan talks about it, and then I'll look into it. So
Entitlement. Everything pretty much, well, not pretty much, that's just in summary, but one of the biggest issues with this generation is definitely entitlement. They're entitled to nothing. They work for nothing.
Oh
They're
yeah.
yeah,
not actually doing physical mining work, are they? They're not breaking their backs for it, are they? Not like our
yeah,
ancestors did. Not like the
yeah.
latest generation.
Would they believe in stuff like say a guy's got a house over in England or anywhere in the UK,
Yeah.
and say they're in their 60s or 70s and their kids are all grown and they're living in a 4 bedroom house, that they should have to give it up and give it to a young family with kids. Is they believe in that kind of stuff? that they
strictly
should be
depends on
entitled to the house.
circumstance.
I'm sorry, Shadow.
It depends on circumstance. And
Yeah.
if they're poor and they have nowhere else to go, and should it be necessary that they are to inherit that house, then they should. Then they should. But the problem with this generation is that they have been given everything. I know
Right.
it. I talk with them all the time. It's the same thing every single time. What they've posted on Instagram, what they've tweeted on Twitter, what they've posted about on Facebook. It just doesn't entertain me. It doesn't relate to me.
Yeah,
You know,
Tommy, what you're forgetting is that the big difference. Like we think we have different classes over here, but in
Oh yeah,
England,
yeah.
there's
Population has a lot to do with it too. The
yeah,
availability of land and jobs.
yeah. But I
See, I
get what.
can't. I can't go to the UK and work a regular job.
I used to
I would
do
have.
voluntary work. I never expected money in return. I used to do voluntary work, physical voluntary work that was very rewarding with pain.
Uh huh.
Very rewarding with pain. Physical
I,
work that would break
I
my
agree
back
with you.
into two pieces. I
My
never expected
neighbor
anything.
owns the hay farm that I live on. It's my homeboy, and we were talking one day about. He's like, I need decent people to work for me, but I can't get anybody our age, like or younger, because they don't want to work. They don't. I agree in a way, or they're just as far as physical labor and stuff like that goes. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are people like me and my homeboy.
I mean, look at the jobs. Look at them. The jobs. What's the job like being sat at a computer desk all day on a computer for 6 hours every single day per week?
That ain't
That's
a
not a
job.
job. Exactly. That's not a job. That's what classifies as a job for this generation, though. The modern
Yeah, I
generation.
mean, the definition of a job is just going to change because uh, you don't need to be physical. Eventually, we're not going to need these physical vessels. We'll just be fifth dimensional beings of consciousness. Like
Yeah, but
it's
perhaps it
moving
shouldn't
from
be.
more primitive to more sophisticated, I guess.
Yeah, but perhaps it's necessary for this generation to build character and to start doing physical work for the sake of it, not simply
Yeah,
for
you might
my
be
life.
right there. You might be
No,
right there. Yeah,
toughen them up.
character reasons. Because I mean, just like I was just saying, like the way I raised my little boy, I want him to go through trials and tribulation. You know? Yeah, I
I
agree.
always tend to talk to people who are older than me because I actually tend to get on with older people who are not of my generation. My generation just simply can't grasp my perspective. They don't like me. I've tried to befriend them. I tried to relate to what they do on social media, which is posting a bunch of nonsense, like their status. They talk about, oh, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. It's the same stuff on Twitter, Facebook.
Look, look at it this way: you don't have to wake up with
Hello,
them in the
Candy.
morning, so don't worry
Hi, what's
about it.
going on? I'm like on my
Hello, Candy.
tablet. I was talking. Chad, you were mentioning about how this generation you can't really relate with
Relate to
people.
it.
Hi, Caleb, EQ Mac
Hey.
Daddy. I feel the same exact way. Like I feel like I cannot really relate to a lot of people my age at all. I just don't know what it is. I just don't feel like I'm aligned with a lot of them. I feel a lot of times that I can't relate to them. You know what I mean? I'm a young person with a young heart and an old spirit. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Like
that's me.
Well,
yeah, I
Candy,
just
That's me.
what's
I'm
happening with
18.
you?
I'm 18 and I don't want to be part of this generation.
ugh, yeah,
Yeah,
18.
yeah.
Yeah,
I can't.
What's happening with both of y'all is that you're still growing up. I've already been through
I
what
know.
y'all have been through. I've seen what you're talking about. I understand it. You are actually entering adulthood, and
I know,
understanding
but
the
it's to
accountabilities
see
and
what's going on.
responsibilities of being in a functional society.
Mm.
Yeah, but I'm seeing pretty
And
much.
now
I am
you,
seeing the decline of Western Europe and Britain, and it's not. It's nothing to look at. It's horrible. I'm
right,
seeing the decline of your country, for which you feel a great passion for, and there's not a single thing that you can do about it except watch.
no,
Yeah.
you can step by. There's something you can do. But what I'm saying is, both of y'all are learning that a lot of this stuff they talk about is just total nonsense and childish
Yeah.
gibberish is all it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You know,
like if you
they're
talk
not.
to people our age, you're talking about stupid stuff. Like things that are like, okay, I don't care about what the paparazzi saying. He said, she said on the Facebook page, and my man's better. And you're just like, I don't care about that wackadoodle nonsense,
Well,
you
when did
know.
you
And
learn that? When did you act like that last? When you was a teenager or preteen, right?
like a teenager,
Right.
like a little girl, you know. I'm like,
Exactly.
I just don't have, I just don't have the patience. Like I can't relate to a lot of young people because all they talk about is stupid things, and it's like
yeah,
dumb stuff. Like, oh, that man, well, I'm just like, I don't got time for all of that. You know what I mean? I just want to talk about real things. I want to talk about, you know, I want to be around people that enjoy life. They're genuine. They talk about real stuff that's going on. Like the stuff that, like Shadow's right. If you tell a young person the things we're talking about, they'll hate you. They won't
yeah.
like what you have to say. Like the stuff that's going on right now, Black Lives Matter, is unbelievable. How
Do
many
you
people
know that the
are running
government made
around
an
and
offer for young people to literally to coax them into getting a vaccine? They offered them free kebabs, and it
they'll
actually
run right
worked.
to it?
It actually worked.
I mean, I'm telling you right now that not lot of young people will listen to what we have to say. They'll just be like, "You think you know it all," and da da da, and you're negative, and you're stupid, you're dumb, you're uneducated, and you know you just a conspiracy theorist, and you know, oh, you're boring, blah blah blah, oh, you're into all that nonsense, and nobody want to hear about that. You be like, no, you're trying to warn them, like, no, this is what's going on. Did you see what's going on with the BLM group and the hypocrisy? They don't want to see it because they're too much into joining the crowd and, oh, I'm gonna run with something. And it's like, it's
Well,
just, I don't know.
they don't have anything real to be a part of, so they're just sucking up the first thing that comes along.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
That's that whole meaning thing that Shadow was talking about. Like there's
Right.
not a lot of pride to be
Exactly.
in the deal, you know?
We all remember
Exactly.
World War One and World War Two,
There's
and
no
you know what I'm
pride. There's
saying?
no passion. There's no belief. There is no
You
No.
know how much
spiritual
it
belief in
sucks
the essence
hearing
of this nation anymore.
it sucks hearing like younger people talk about America sucks and stuff. Like that's
They
one
don't
thing
do
I
that.
drive into my son's head every chance I get. Like, dude, don't you forget this is the greatest country in the world to live in. Like, and everybody should say that, you know, everybody about is at least if you're not third world, you know what I mean? Like you should be proud
Yeah.
of where you're from, and I don't know.
But
I
they
don't get
don't.
it.
They don't do that. They don't do that over here. You know what they
No.
do? Over here, they
They hit
tell
the
us to
club.
be. They tell us to look upon our past history with great shame. Over here, our politicians tell us to look on our empire with not with pride, not with passion, but with shame and disgust. That's what they tell us to do.
And
Yeah.
it's so
Our,
disrespectful. Like people have lost respect for people. Like I don't care what nobody says. They've lost respect for their elders. They've
all of
lost
which the
respect for family
sacrifices that our
values.
soldiers
They,
committed on the beaches of Normandy, all that was done in favor for the empire. And now the politicians are telling us to look upon our history with disgust. They're telling
yeah,
us to hate ourselves, the foundations of which define the British people.
yeah.
They're
What part of
telling us
It's
what
to
part
hate
you from?
ourselves. I'm from Manchester. I was born in
Wow.
Manchester, but I live in London.
That's your accent. That's a Manchester uh, accent.
I was born there, but I live in London.
I know. So, but you don't have a London accent, right?
No,
No.
Yeah, I was about to say. I feel like I know the London accent. That's,
Do you know
or
where? Do you know where Crawley is in Sussex?
yeah,
Hmm?
Yeah,
Louisiana.
a good friend of
Oh.
mine from there.
Mr.
Hold on.
James Bong said to me, it's not so much about the generations, more or less, but how they were raised. Like anyone could be a parent, but not anyone could be a dad or mom.
Well, how are you going to raise anybody nowadays? All the liberals and
I
communists
know.
and Marxists are destroying family values.
I
Yeah.
know. I can't stand it, to be honest. I look at the news every single day, and it's just bad, bad, bad.
Oh
I
man,
know.
that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's
America
racing
started
towards the
slavery when
abyss.
the Mayflower landed. Whoa, America didn't exist then.
I wouldn't. Tommy was
We're
on the
racing
Mayflower. That's
towards
why.
the abyss,
Oh,
in my opinion. That's what's happening.
it was the Spanish.
Yeah. I was just asking about your accent because I'm fascinated with all those different accents.
Nah, I'm joking. I wasn't.
No, who'd
I
mind
wasn't
you
born.
look
I
from?
wasn't born in Manchester. Nah, I was born in Liverpool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
The
a
Homer-
swimming pool full of
Who's-
liver.
Who's the comedian? The English guy. He comes off as real proper. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a scouser. I am. I was born in Liverpool,
This
not
is-
Manchester. Honest
But
to God,
I
I
noticed
don't
something else too. I can't relate to a lot of women. Like I could talk to a girl. Like I have very few female friends, but I just can't. I have a hard time
Oh,
I'll teach
relating to
man.
Yeah,
A lot of the
to a
women
woman.
here,
I don't know if
man.
it's because of the
yeah.
way the women of this generation. I don't know. I just can't. I
It's
don't know.
every
I
gen.
just
It is this generation, Candy. Every
yeah.
single man and woman of this generation are completely irresponsible. Not every single one of them. Not
Yeah.
every single one of them. But you have to take
I just
into account
can't.
that the
I'm like, oh.
majority of the majority of the youth were undisciplined when they were growing up. So they
Yeah.
are as they are because they had no discipline and they were entitled to pretty much everything. They were
Yep.
given everything, and they're still
Candy,
not
Right.
grateful for it.
yeah, Candy, a lot of women my age, I might as well flush them down the toilet. They are
Oh my-
Every
messed
single
up
every
in the
single
head.
day, I think about the British soldiers who were on Normandy. I don't say that as a metaphor or as a thing just to make me sound special. I do.
Yeah.
I think about that every single day. The British soldiers of World War II and how this generation has disgraced them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not what they expected to come of the British nation. This is not what they expected.
Well,
They expected honor.
these kids do not actually have like a national identity to grab a hold of.
Yeah.
In World War II, everybody was pulled together. These kids have not
Exactly.
experienced that.
Yeah, ever since World War II ended, we've been on the whole third world countries raping and pillaging for resources.
Exactly.
When World War II ended, we saw masses of crowd gatherings across London. That's what
Mhm.
I saw. Look, I go on there and I watch the footage. There were people dancing in London in celebration of victory of World War II. That was
Yeah.
national unity. And now the
It's
politicians
probably it
are
was probably
dividing us.
way more exciting in England too because y'all were getting the shit bombed out of y'all. But y'all were right there, next to Europe. So
We destroyed
probably
them. Those bloody Germans stood no chance.
Bong says that that's exactly what I mean. They aren't raising, they are letting outside forces do that for them. Them, not then. It says TV, movie stars, fly by night friends, etc.
Candy,
Yes.
Candy. That's actually Black Hawk, by the way. James Bong.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is he a young outcast like us?
No.
Yeah, sounds like But seriously, he's right though. I mean, I see this a lot. Like a lot of people, they just, I don't know. I really don't know what happened. I don't know if the internet took over people's brains. I just don't know anymore.
They don't.
They
I would.
Internet
should shut the
I would.
internet. They should
big.
shut down the internet.
I would have to say they don't. They tend to lean toward. Well, my government is going to protect me. I'm going
Yeah.
to get my information from my government. No, you need to be an independent. You need to.
Exactly.
It's like okay.
We're
Well, I
far
can.
too dependent.
I can present you with some information, but it's left up to you whether you want to read it or not. You know what I'm saying? And make up your own mind. But don't
Yeah,
be
we're far too dependent on the
Yeah.
You
government.
mentioned a
We
word
have
there
no
that I notice a
independence.
lot of people resent independency. And why I say that is because I know a young girl, right, that I am friends with. Well, I'm coworker friends with her. And she's turning her life around. She's maturing. She's thinking about marriage. She's thinking about having a home, going into, becoming a nurse and stuff in school. She started noticing that the people that she was hanging with was staying in one area of their life. They're young people, of course, just doing weed, drinking, having babies, baby daddy, baby mama, sitting in the
Baby
same
daddy.
type of area in their life, not trying to find growth within themselves, not trying to find themselves, not trying to build. They're just
Right.
standing there and not just being too dependent. She decides to go out of her realm, say, I'm going to be more independent. I'm going to rely on myself. I'm going to grow. I'm going to become a nurse. I want to be able to do surgeries. I want to do many things in life. She opened up her nail business. And she says all these people start resenting her, start making up stuff like as if like being independent is a bad thing. And it's like, why are these people resenting you? And I started thinking about what you guys are saying about independency, and that's something people are lacking. And they're relying too much on government and people to think for them, to do the
Yeah.
work for them.
Yep.
And
They're
that's what
trying to
I see. I
they're
see
trying
that
to
they resent
dishevel the young
something that's
generation.
different. And when a young person goes out and decides, I'm going to do something different, I'm going to be more independent, it's like a threat and intimidation to them.
Right.
And
You
that's
see,
what I observed.
the problem is that the young generation, they think they know it all. They're
Yeah,
inexperienced. They
oh
think they
gosh.
know. They think they've got all the answers. And then when it comes forward that they've gone and done whatever they've done, it turns out that it bites them in the arse because they don't know all the answers.
They're
They
not
don't
very
have the
humble.
experience. They're
But
not wise at all.
they do.
Politicize their
Technically,
emotions.
technically they do, but you can't just learn everything through a screen.
That's right.
Exactly.
Common sense.
You know, the
Baby.
internet could be the most resourceful thing in the world. They could use
Yeah.
it for literally every academic purpose to advance their IQ, their intellect,
Mhm.
but they don't. Instead,
It's a
they waste
double-edged
time on
sword. It's definitely a double-edged sword.
Exactly, Caleb.
IQ you're born with, then you enhance it as you grow and use things for problem solving like mathematics. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
develop your IQ
Yes.
higher through education. They're dumbing
Exactly.
people down with education nowadays. Oh, math is racist.
Oh my
Math
god.
has nothing
Really?
to do with
Ridiculous. I've had
racism.
enough with the this new era stuff. It's stupid things they
Oh,
tell
it's
people.
ridiculous.
It's like
They're
I
saying
don't
that maths is
understand.
racist?
No, that's what they're saying. They got groups in America that are trying to pass off that math is racism and all this.
Ridiculous.
Good God. That's ridiculous, that is.
Man,
They just, it's
Oh, you should see what it's like over here in London. They've got posters set up in public transport. They're telling people
Yeah.
to get sterilized because it's so overpopulated here. They're telling people to go to their doctors and get sterilized or
Ridiculous.
castrated.
Nope.
I see, now they're talking about getting castrated now. I don't think any man wants their ding dong castrated.
I mean, we have
We get rid of the
over
gonads.
here. We just call it a vasectomy.
There you go.
I mean,
Yeah.
what is up with these people?
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Also, the River Thames over here was only built to support 4 million people. It's been over flooded with 9 million
Yeah.
ounces of shit. It
Hey,
was only built. It was only built. The sewage system was only built to support 4 million of the average. 9 million.
So you a pro Brexit?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
down the
No.
I
river
definitely,
Thames.
I definitely didn't like the EU. I definitely didn't
Yeah.
like the EU, especially when they started giving more of our ocean to Iceland.
Didn't
Iceland kept.
isn't the Brexit thing in a nutshell? It's the open borders, right? That's what and all of the immigrants from like all the Middle Eastern countries that we had been bombing the shit out of through the '90s and early 2000s. It's
I
about
feel
the
sorry for
open
them. I
borders
really do.
for the most part, right? Or is it money
That's it.
related too?
It was Brexit was about our independence from the EU.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That was basically it. We
What was
wanted
it
out of
for?
the EU because the EU kept on dictating to us what we could and could not do. They're doing it to Poland right now,
Yep.
as a matter of fact.
so what are they doing over there in Poland? What are they dictating? Just it was is it just COVID measures or is it something more?
Oh, it was something in particular to do. I don't know what it was about, but the EU tried dictating to them what they could and could not do according to EU law. And in order for Poland to sustain any actual consequence, every single member of the EU, every member state would have to agree. So if a
Hmm.
country, for example, like Hungary, were to disagree with the EU because they frankly find that the EU's terms are complete bullshit, and I don't blame
Yeah.
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
But look at how they're treating their member states. France and Germany, they're treating their member states with absolute. It's just not humane. What they're
Well, you
treating
know
them
where this is
with.
going to. We all know where this is going to
Yeah,
Yeah.
with
Well, when you
with
dumb people down, now you can get around them and bullshit them any way you want to.
yep. And
but it's
they're you know
nonsense.
what? This is exactly why they like people to be dependent and not independent. So that way they could be like, "Oh, yep, I got something over your head now. Oh, you want your family to eat? Here you go. Just do this." Oh,
Our goal is to unite all people across the world. That is our goal. And these politicians, what they're doing is that they are instructing upon us diversity. They say over here in London that diversity is a strength. It is a strength for only one group, and that is the group of politicians that run the country, because the
Right.
more division they create amongst the people,
Well, I
exactly,
don't
divide and
see.
conquer.
Does their diversity include like in
hi,
London where
hi, Tish.
Islamic
Yeah.
No, it's
people
just
have a
in
prayer
general.
of all its own?
You
Yeah,
see
they.
the,
I've heard they do.
you
They've
see
got.
the diversity. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go on, go on.
I've heard that they have areas that are so taken over they don't even patrol or something like that. You know,
No
like
go
as far as
zones.
Sharia law. Yeah,
Yeah, they have
Well,
those over here.
it's a
London
goddamn
is the
bloody
number
shame.
one capital in the world for acid attacks,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
acid.
it's
Dude, I tell people about that all the time when like when they're talking about taking guns away over here. I'm like, bruh, we are Homo sapien. You take guns away, they're gonna use knives. You take knives
Yep.
away, they're gonna find some kind of way to
Way.
use a weapon. And look what's happening in England. They're throwing acid in people's faces.
yeah.
Exactly.
It's got a higher
That's how
crime rate than New
dumb.
York City.
That's
Yeah.
how
London
dumb
Well,
has.
people
it's
are.
a
They're over here blaming the guns, and it's always young, stupid. And I hate to say, it, young, stupid people don't think for themselves. I mean,
It's
even
people
my
who grew
friends
up without
here.
guns. It's people
Yeah,
who didn't grow up with guns in the house. That's what it
yeah.
is. They just don't know. They're not aware. It's a tool. It's like a hammer
But you know
or a
what I
saw.
did? The coworker
well,
I work with, I love her to death, but I disagreed with her, and I'm not gonna agree with somebody just because. I'm just gonna tell you as it is.
I'll
Is
be
she
right
was
back.
just
I
she
just
was
gotta
like
go for a second.
okay, Shadow. So she's like, I could tell she's getting mad because I'm disagreeing with her because she's talking about the Cal Rittenhouse case, right? And I said, did you know that they had another video and that other man pulled out a pistol on him and he shot him? They turned it into a race case. They turned it as this man was just attacking people. He was a shooter and all this. I said there was a lot more to this. But why was he carrying that gun? It doesn't matter whether he was carrying the gun or not. The point is he did not carry it to terrorize anybody. These people start chasing him and he shot them. Oh, I don't understand. I said, do you see what they're doing on the news articles? They're telling you they have an agenda. They act like shooting don't happen every day, right? How much shooting been going on in
Right.
Chicago for many years? How much
Where's
shooting been going around in Brooklyn, all these places for many years? Nobody's ever talked about blowing it up on the media every day and talking about these school shootings. Oh, these shootings in Chicago every day. There's shootings going on here. There's shootings everywhere every day of the year.
Well, it's
Why
not
all of a
just here.
sudden a
It's
school has a few shootings? All of a sudden is let's ban guns, let's this because they want to blow something up, so that way they can have this anti-gun law agenda. This has nothing to do with guns. You
it's
know,
not
if
just here. It's all around the planet.
all around the
We
planet,
just don't get the news on it.
exactly.
well, taking
And
guns? I don't think that's the way. I'll use Texas as an example. More guns equals more politeness. Guns equal politeness is what it is. I leave my doors unlocked and stuff. I mean, I
yeah,
don't worry about anybody breaking in because if you're a burglar, you don't do it in Texas. There's
yeah.
guns in every house. You mess up and pick a house with somebody still in it, you can get shot the fuck up.
And I noticed that when she was reading the article, she was quick to believe the agenda that the narrative that the media is trying to feed. And I said, did you even read all the stuff that I said? Like, you just got to kind of question things. I said, but he was carrying a legal arm gun. I said, not technically. In the state of Missouri, he's allowed to carry that gun.
Yeah.
It was not a full, what are those automatic? She said, he was carrying this terroristic gun. I said, no, he actually wasn't. I said, the gun that he had, I think, was a semi-automatic, I think.
It's an AR. It's an AR. It is semi-automatic. You got to have a Class 3 license to have an automatic weapon, and you end up paying more in taxes on that Class 3 license than you will in ammo a year. And
wow.
Not only that, but you're put on a list, and if anything happens, any crime is committed with an automatic weapon, and you live within 500 miles of it, they go to you and will question you and stuff like that. You know, they'll investigate you. But
yeah, automatic, not semi-automatic.
Yeah, not semi. No. But that M4 that he had, that AR that he had, I wouldn't even go with it. In my opinion, and I trained with him and had him in the Army.
Right.
It's the 223 is an inefficient round. If I'm going out there, I'm going with something like a shot.
The AR-18 used to be a good gun until they discontinued it.
Well, I'll tell you what you bloody guys come up with is pretty damn good. That's the old Enfield.
Yeah.
That was a very good rifle.
But
What is it?
Like
The Enfield.
They make it seem as if, like, you know, the people that he just went and just did all this and was like set up to kill all these people and all this stuff. I'm just like, this is crazy. And they're feeding an anti-gun agenda. They're showing all the school shootings all of a sudden, and as if there hasn't been shootings going on. And I told her, I said, you can get rid of the gun, right? You see how they're defunding the police and everything.
Oh.
What are you going to defend yourself with next? I mean, people can run over a crowd of people with a car right now. I could take a car and speed it at 100 miles an hour in a city with people walking across, and I could kill more people than a gun.
Yeah, we're gonna nerf the world. You're gonna make cars illegal too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy that ran all those people over in that Christmas Day parade, he went to court for something today, and he started fighting the police.
It's unbelievable. I just said, when are people gonna wake up and think and say this has nothing to do with weapons? This has something to do with with the mindset of people.
Yeah, I think it's a bloody damn total piss ain't shame that Shadow should have to walk around in London and have someone from another country dictate their religious law in his own country on his own God-given land.
That's
that
sad.
is wrong.
That's wrong.
That's worth fighting for there, Bubba.
I mean, we'll get flagged for going into the whole. I'm sure of it. Islamophobia thing.
Wait,
But
what?
Sorry.
Islamophobia.
Backstage.
No, it's all good. Most of my videos get flagged anyway.
Okay.
Wait, they flagging your videos?
Oh my God, I've gotten so many. Yeah, I've gotten so many warnings. This account was frozen for a little while,
Oh,
Well,
what?
give me a
That
holler.
is-
I'll open up.
and we don't even talk about heavy stuff. You know, it's just
That's
being
what I
honest
said,
about.
because, you know me, I talk about some real raw stuff. I'd be like just telling you out there, like, you know, Dr. Fossey's this and he's that. I'd be
Exactly.
out there, and I'm surprised they haven't came after me yet. I
What?
mean,
Oh, I used the
yeah.
word to describe the child molester, the correct name for it, and that comment got pulled. But when I described it in a different way, they left it.
it's weird. Like I just don't understand. Like I don't know if YouTube just has their eyes on certain channels or something.
Well, you
and-
got
Oh,
more followers,
YouTube
I'm
doesn't
sure.
care. It's Susan Wojcicki. She's just annoying. Susan Wojcicki is the CEO of YouTube. She's just completely stupid. She really is. She has no clue how to properly manage a business.
Yeah, yeah. The being not being able to speak freely thing. I'm as libertarian as they come. So just don't take away my rights. Don't mess with me. I won't mess with you. I almost don't like the YouTube. What you call it? I don't see why you haven't gotten an email or something like that saying or had it flagged. You got more followers than I do, I'm sure.
Yeah,
In literally
on
just
my channel, there's
3 days,
on there about everything.
I've started streaming on YouTube 3 days ago. I'm surprised I haven't been flagged for copyright because I started like playing music without a license or whatever, and that's technically, I guess, copyright
Oh,
infringement.
that
I'm
looks
not
nice,
sure.
Mac Daddy.
Those
They
are
haven't
good.
flagged. They haven't flagged me yet. I'm surprised because usually the YouTube algorithm is very quick as they employ
I'm
vast
surprised
quantities
they
of
didn't
bots
take,
to
they didn't take
flag
down my
up
Christmas
random
Eve
videos.
channel.
It was taken down. They were flagged, and one or two were taken down. Like that night, like
That's
as soon as
ridiculous.
I killed the live. It's crazy.
That's crazy now because what was it, Christmas Eve? We were talking about some real stuff that normally I would say backstage, but I just had it. You know, somebody was in the chat room talking about it's a troll, and he was talking about get vaccinated. And I said, that's when they told him everything that's going on. I said, you look at the sources. We shared something that Shadow Blue put on there about the PCR tests, how they got like these graphene, like these metals at the end of the swabs, and the people breathing them in. I said Dr. Fossey lied. I told him about the Pfizer rap sheet, how they lied about the approval for the vaccines.
Right.
It was really common already. I'm surprised that YouTube has not taken that video down.
Well, what I think is if we paid for the internet service and we're here talking, we're adults, we have the right to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is their excuse though? Would they say something like fear mongering or spreading false information and stuff? They hide behind stuff like that.
Well, what they should be saying is that we're communists and we're going to control what you say, whether it's right or wrong. And you can't use words because it might offend somebody's poor little baby.
I am very shocked. The only thing I can really think of maybe is that someone's coming in and flagging. That's the only thing.
We are just people giving our honest opinions. We're just people talking about our honest beliefs and our honest opinions, and YouTube has no right to flag us up for whatever misconception that they may label us. They have no right whatsoever.
Well, how do people solve problems?
Opinion.
Yeah.
We discuss them and we figure out the truth for ourselves.
Yep.
Exactly.
When we can't do that, that's not a good thing.
Well, it's free speech, bro. Like, where am I? I'm in the country that, kind of coined free speech. We should be able to say whatever we want.
Exactly.
Yeah, and all this wokeness is based on God only knows what, but a lot of it's delusional.
I've
Yeah.
seen videos upon videos on here where there's like almost close to porn on these YouTube channels, and
Which channels are those? You talking
one of these days I have to go backstage and show you guys. It's
about? I
hilarious.
know, but
I mean, the women got their legs open. You got nude shows. You got all sorts of things, and they never get flagged. Yet you got us talking about something real, and then they coming after our
Stop
channel to
it.
take down.
Candy,
yeah.
Yes, Shadow.
Candy, I've got to be able to sleep tonight. You do know
Yeah.
that, right?
You,
Well,
I mean, like,
you go to these channels a lot.
yeah. Since
sometimes,
people have been
yeah.
told that they buying
But
these
Mama Kitty, when she's
platforms and
getting
these
when she's getting
companies,
frisky, she needs something to look at, and just like, let me go type in something.
yeah. All of a
Oh
sudden, you
boy,
thought all these Google and just all of them, and
yeah,
we've always had free speech, and all of a sudden they're going to take it away. Well, we bought their services so that we could talk, and if they're going to take it away, they better give everybody a refund.
yeah,
Well,
They're the ones who
yeah.
we should put the internet under like a public resource,
ought to
which
start
would
suing them.
probably lead to more corruption, but then our rights should be able to fall under it. You know what I mean? Like freedom of speech.
Yeah.
We should be able to say whatever we want.
They pay no attention to CDA Section 230. They pay no attention to it whatsoever,
Which is what?
which is the right to privacy
I
rights,
just,
stuff like that. They pay no attention to it whatsoever.
Oh, I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
it's gotten to the point where people
Facebook does
who
it
are
all the time. Facebook does it
yeah.
all the time.
people
And they
who are
hide behind the fact that it's a private company. They can dictate it how they want. It doesn't have to fall under, that's why I say it should be a public resource.
Yeah.
the
And the other
people that
night,
are
the other night, Ginger brought up a very valuable point. How each media mocks the other one and parrots it and repetitive, like everything's on a big loop. And what they're doing is they're commercializing that idea and shoving it in everybody's head. Commercializing just in the TV commercial. It's the concept of taking an idea or something. Well, it can be a concept of taking an idea and putting it out to people, That's like in the advertising world. You keep doing it and saying this and saying that to get people to buy your product. And that's what they're doing by repeating all this stuff. They're using it as a form of commercialization to make
exactly,
you
and
suck it up and believe it through repetition.
Mm.
That's one of the old advertising, biggest thing behind advertising there is, because we studied that kind of stuff in commercial art, how to get a message out and to get it to people, and mostly it's through repetition and backing it up. And it can be an
Tom,
idea, it can be a product, all kinds of things. Go ahead, bro.
are you familiar with the term halitosis?
Yeah, that's bad breath. That can also be caused by an imbalance of chemicals in your body.
Halitosis wasn't a medical term until the Wrigley brothers, I think it was, coined it for double mint gum.
Double your flavor, double your fun. With Wrigley.
They made it up so that people would buy more gum.
Right.
That's crazy.
But the thing is, like, this is how easy it is to influence the human mind. They put colors on, McDonald's. You got McDonald's and White Castle.
And fill your mouth,
red and orange.
They put that red and orange color on there, and that's how people can manipulate your mind just that easily. They can make something look so good to you, and all of a sudden you start thinking you're getting hungry. All of a sudden, like, ooh, look at that restaurant there. Ooh, the burger. Ooh, cheeseburger. You're thinking of that yellow and red and meat and cheese running into the drive-through. That's how quick it is to just tempt someone into something.
Yeah.
To see nice colors, get hungry, and sit at a restaurant and eat.
And the
Well,
easiest
like
thing to
restaurants, they
spread
usually pollute.
is hate.
Yeah.
At the strip club, we had zero decorations or anything that was green, so it did
Oh.
remind people of the money that they were spending while they're there.
Oh wow.
Casinos the same way.
It's like it's amazing. It's amazing how people can tempt the mind and manipulate it. And you're like, "Ooh, I'm hungry." You didn't. Your stomach's not even ground till you saw that store. And you're like, your mind is just telling you, "Eat, eat, low, yeah, cheesy, greasy burgers, fries," and then you run into there and grab whatever is in there. And it's the same with advertisements, like Ginger was saying. You go in
Hmm.
there. I mean, you see the TV screen, and it's just telling you something repetitively over and over again. You begin to
Right.
believe it. You're like, "Oh yeah, go here, buy these. It will keep your underwear nice and clean, keep you smelling fresh." And you got a woman going like, "Ah," and she's on there. "You don't want to be stinky, girl. Just buy St. Eve's." And next thing you know, everyone starts thinking that that if they don't buy St. Eve's, that feminine product, they're gonna be stinky girl. And that's what they start thinking in their head. It's just a brain thing, and it's the
It's called
same with
branding.
yes, that's what it is. And it's
Who
like,
cut down the cherry tree?
yeah. You
Did
see a
you
woman with
really
her
think
hands
George
who cut
between her
Washington.
down the
legs.
cherry tree?
You see a woman with her hands between her legs like this, with her worried eyes, like,
What what's the cherry tree relation?
Well, no, I'm just saying we're told somebody cut down a cherry tree.
cherry tree.
Do you
I
really
Yeah,
mean,
think
George
he would do
Washington.
that and tell on himself? I wouldn't. I'd get my butt beat. I'd say, I don't know who cut
Ah,
it.
I got you. They use that for
yeah,
his election, right?
Basically, they brainwash it. I like it's all about repetition breeds familiarity. That's true. It also breeds contempt. Familiarity breeds contempt. Because if you think
And,
it's going to be familiar like that, you're going to do something and boom, you're going to mess up.
James
um,
Bond says, like casinos, all those flashing lights. That's what they do in there too. They run that thing going ding 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 ding. It makes you feel like you're gonna win.
Well,
It's
not
making you
only
feel that.
that, but what happens when you walk into a casino? What do you see? A real
red.
busy floor and you see a real busy ceiling. That distracts
Yep,
you. Creates
Ah,
excitement.
it's
It
true.
huh.
creates excitement with their eyes. And then, like you said, they got the sound.
Yep.
And then you hear bing, 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 bing. That means you win. So now
You
they
think you're
got
gonna
you
win
all
money?
excited thinking you're going to win, which in reality, they're going to win.
Yeah,
You know,
it
you know
has
what
like
I
a
noticed? You know what else they're doing? They're doing those cards, the membership thing,
Oh,
and
yeah.
for some reason, uh, I I'd lose it. You get them for some reason as an incentive to get them. I've only
free
been a few
meal.
times.
I
I
wouldn't.
lose them, so the next time I go, I'll just sign up, get a new one. And I noticed that like you get the card, you win because you put it in the machine so that it keeps track of like points on a net or something like that. You win a lot in the beginning, and then it starts to decline the amount that you win. You know what I mean? And I noticed every time I get a new card, it's like first,
Hmm.
couple hours you're hitting on everything. I
Well,
don't
Wow.
yeah,
like
and right to get a free meal off that, you've got to spend X amount of money. Well, you can take just a little bit of that money you spent and go get something better to eat somewhere else. You know,
right.
Exactly. I mean,
There
it's
are
all
ways to
conditioned.
they're
there are ways
giving
to get over
security
on
while you're
casino.
getting screwed.
They get free
I mean, this
drinks.
thing
Yep,
got people
watered
twisted.
down.
You watch the news, it tell you they have you yelling at the TV screen and everything. They have you doing whatever. And people don't question things like, that again, that's why they say independent minds, independent thinkers, free thinkers is a threat. They don't want you thinking, they don't want you to be independent. They would rather you be dependent, not think for yourself. Put your trust into them. Don't question nothing twice. Just do whatever they ask you to do. So if they told you wear 5 masks on, guess what? People will wear 5 masks on.
They're already telling people to get 7 booster shots.
That's
Mm.
ridiculous.
I ain't gonna do it. That's
7
like in the
booster shots.
movie.
Come on.
That's like in the movie The Wall, isn't it? Where all those kids are marching and they're falling right off into the meat grinder.
And I
Yeah.
have a question. How many months in between do they need to do these booster shots? They're telling them.
8 weeks, something like that.
What?
8 weeks. 8 weeks per booster shot, I think.
No. Are they really telling people to do that?
I think it's over here. Did you hear about that guy in New Zealand? 10
No.
vaccine shots. That
For,
guy
what
faked
happened?
his. In New Zealand, some guy took other people's names to get vaccinated 10 times.
Is he alive?
No, he was quite ill. The next day,
Yeah.
he was quite ill. Of course.
What is wrong with
Oh,
people?
God. Well,
I'm
has the
telling
world
you.
gone crazier?
We
I
got
mean,
some stupid
seriously.
people in this
I
world.
mean,
Like, you know,
it's been crazy for a long time. Let's be honest. The world isn't perfect. It's been crazy like
no.
this for ages, but it's just been taken to a whole different level with this pandemic. Good
Yeah.
God.
I mean, the fact that telling you every 8 weeks to do a booster and people will still sit here and believe that and go for it, I have no words. I really don't. We're talking about the fourth booster here already, and I mean, how many months is going to be for this one, and how many lies and misinformation? I love this misinformation thing, but the biggest misinformation is from the media itself, the source itself. They keep changing everything up, but yet they throw the attention off of us with conspiracy theorists. So that way you don't question them.
Well, I think it's getting easy. The best chance they had of getting me was in the beginning when it was really scary. That ended quick, and now even people that were holding on and believing it are like starting to think, why? There's
Yeah.
never been another time where the government has tried to convince you of a medical practice so hard to where they're giving out gift cards and free stuff for you to get a
Yeah.
vaccine.
It's
That just seems fishy, even to people that aren't conspiracy minded. Like,
I have something for you
yeah, we never
to
saw
show
this
you.
before.
Hold on. This is a good one. This is actually one that I found earlier today, to be honest. Hold on. I'll send it in the private chat. That is a very interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I told people, I said I'm not just going to easily give in to
I
that.
just sent it in the private chat. That's a very interesting video.
I'm going to copy it. Yeah, but it's
You know, it
it's like
actually
right now
costs.
people
It
don't know
actually
what's
costs.
going on. I don't know what's going to wake their minds up.
It costs something like 99 pence to gather the materials to put into the vaccine, but then they charge it for £22 per
Yeah.
vaccine distribution over here.
And it's all coming out of our tax dollars. That's what people don't understand. It's like, where are they getting all this money for lab tests and vaccines and all stuff is
Yeah.
coming
And
out of
and
our
they've
tax
got
dollars.
medications that don't cost hardly anything at all that are being used all around the world with exceptionally great results. But in America, oh no, we're under big farming. So we gotta get the money up for big farming so they can line the politicians up, money in their pockets to increase their income on their investments. Another Omicron wave.
It's a threat of predatory pricing.
Big pharmacy, man, they want every penny they can get their hands on. They don't care about us.
Mm-mm-mm. This is I've seen last week. Investors and Pfizer. Ooh, 10 billion richer dollars richer. Huh.
Now, wow, 10 billion.
This is public knowledge.
Yeah.
Yep. It's public knowledge, and the majority of the public don't know about this at all.
I'll tell you somebody that's into some pockets. Hillary Clinton's got a lot of money off a big farm through donations and her fake organization. I'm just in a nasty mood towards all of it. I'm not myself. I'm besides it somewhere else. $30 more than it costs.
Mm.
And that other medication only costs 99, $1 a pill. But it don't pull in that $30 a pill, so they don't want to give it to anybody. Assholes.
Oh man, I like literally fell out for a second. Gosh.
Yeah.
I better get to bed. I just fell out for just like a second and I my snore woke me up. Oh boy.
Well, how are your nieces and nephews and stuff doing through all of this thing?
Oh man, my nephews, my sister's taking them out as much as she can because it, makes them not want to be in the house a lot. They do go out, which is good, and my sister says like, a lot of times they just don't want to be in the house a lot because I think they're in there too much.
Yeah, kids
Yeah.
get stir crazy real quick.
And what was it? Yes, that's pretty much about it. I don't see a lot of kids at the park like I used to, and that was just going on before the pandemic. But
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
public safety type thing, huh?
yeah. I mean, kids are not meant to live like this. This is not good for their mental health.
Get you some graham crackers, chocolate, and some marshmallows, and go to a campground somewhere and take kids out and let them run. Caleb, does your kid have any conception of all of this?
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Boy, NIH is a big hospital. I think it's got the most bricks of any building in the world. That's a big, big, big hospital. You get lost in there, man. Are we still up and running?
Yep,
Oh, okay.
I can hear you.
Shadow Blue down the Thames River. Have you ever been down and seen that statue of Pocahontas?
A what?
Pocahontas, the
No.
Native American that married the he was a tobacco farmer. He brought tobacco and sold it. And
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
Pocahontas.
a lot of people
The
don't
Native
know that she's
American
died and
woman.
buried there.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Yeah,
Oh, God, I've got to go and see it.
she learned to speak English very rapidly, and she was sort of like a figurehead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's where she died at, was over in London. They got a statue of her somewhere on the Thames River.
yeah. I definitely got to see that.
Yeah, I
Definitely
was
got to
kind
see
of
that.
when I was in Edinburgh, I went up to away
I
from the
think, I
castle.
think,
There's a big hill. Yeah, they got a statue of Abraham Lincoln.
yeah. Is
Or
Candy asleep?
yeah,
Candy!
yeah. There's a spider on your
Oh,
nose, trying
oh,
to hide boogers as he
I
goes.
fell out. Oh my gosh. I fell out.
Have you ever been to
I started
Edinburgh?
thinking that we were talking on here. Where'd Caleb go?
Have you ever been to Edinburgh and seen the castle?
No.
Well, I was asking Blue.
What was that?
Have you ever been to Edinburgh and seen the Edinburgh Castle?
No.
No.
Oh,
I
that
have
thing.
been to Dinas Emrys though. Lovely
Uh,
place.
Did
okay.
Caleb
You
go
been
to
there?
sleep?
No, I've been to
Oh.
Stirling. That was pretty. It's beautiful too.
It took us quite a while to get to Dinas Emrys, but it was a lovely place. Oh God, I love it.
I don't know
Loved it.
where it is.
It's a place up in North Wales. Oh, when we
Oh,
went there, it was such a lovely place. We went there in 2018.
okay.
Had such a marvelous time as well. Honest
Yeah,
to God, though, you had to be careful not to slip. There were quite a few cliffs that didn't have any fences or anything.
yeah. I learned that walking in the hills up through the mountains and everything, and all through the highlands. When you walk, use a walking stick and poke it ahead of you because that grass or mat it just grows over the crevice. Boom, you're gone.
Yep. We had to be quite careful as well. There were quite a few parts
Mm-hmm.
where we nearly slipped off. We had to be very careful. Candy, you're falling asleep on us.
Yeah, I better go to sleep. I have to get up early in the morning. Oh,
What time is it over there?
it's 12:51 midnight.
It's 11:51 here.
Yeah.
It's 6 o'clock over here, I think.
It
Oh, it's
takes
nearly.
7 hours to fly from New York to London, but it takes 8 hours to fly from London to New York.
I know, it's crazy.
It's crazy. I was
It's
like, maybe
crazy,
there's a
isn't
different
it?
wave pattern they go by or something.
No, it's either the air currents like the jet stream or the rotational speed of the Earth that would affect the travel.
Oh, okay, I see. I was like, yeah,
Did you
I
know
know
that
that.
Turkey technically has nuclear weapons?
Who does?
Turkey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, they're no longer American nuclear weapons anymore.
Uh-oh.
Because recently there was this warehouse in Turkey, and Turkey decided to revoke its, like, I don't know, decided to revoke its treaty or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So it's no longer that, according to rumors, there was some nuclear weapons in that very warehouse.
Yeah, Turkey's one of those places you do not want to get locked up in a prison. That's
Definitely not. No.
when I was there, I went to that city of Ephesus. Whoa, that's impressive to see how the Romans built all that. And we stayed in this hotel, motel, whatever you want to call it, and it had a hot springs that ran through the middle of it.
Oh wow.
You could swim in it while you were eating. It was pretty cool.
And definitely,
Well, I'm gonna get ready to
I'd
go
like
to
to go
bed.
there.
I'm
Huh?
gonna get my sleep. I'm gonna go to work in the morning.
I can tell you're getting sleepy.
Yes. Oh my god, my mind is shutting down. I can't stay up late like I used to. I don't know why.
You need to get 12 gallons of coffee
I used to be able to
and
stay up for hours. I don't know why I can't
15
stay up
cans of
late.
cider as well.
Vaughn said he enjoyed this live stream.
I've already had 3 cans of cider.
Yes.
Is EQ still here?
I think he's asleep too.
What happened to Caleb?
Caleb? I don't know.
Everybody wants to go to bed all of a
I
sudden.
think he fell out.
I'm the only one who's
Night,
going to be out.
Daddy Shadow.
Good night.
All right.
Night, EQ. Don't let the bad folks bite. I know he's asleep. And
Medusa,
nighty night, James Bond. Nice to
would
see
you like
Glad
the
you
would
enjoyed.
you like the link to my channel?
Yes. Can you put it
What
on
do you
my
type
channel?
in Shattered Blue and hit?
Can you
Huh?
put a link on my channel?
Is it on
Yeah.
YouTube under Shadow Blue?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you just type in Shadow Blue.
I'll send you the link that goes directly to my channel. Hold on.
I'll find a piece of paper. Oh, here's a notebook. I
No,
got all
I'll
these
post it.
notebooks filled with everyday stuff. I got.
I'll post it in the private chat. You could go directly to it if
Can
you'd
you
like.
post it on my channel?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go on there. We can see what's on there. And that way there's people that come on my channel too that sees and they'll probably follow it too. If they're in
But
the
you're not
comments.
live at the moment, are you?
Yeah, I don't have big computer savvy. I just use it, look something up, and boom, that's it.
Yeah.
Candy,
Yeah.
how do I do that? You're not live at the moment.
Oh, you leave comments. You can leave in the comment section or you know what I mean? You say, hey, Shadow Blue, this is my link, and then I go on there.
I can't do that because I ended up leaving a comment in one of Ginger's streams, and this Billy Hayden clone bot thing ended up subscribing to my channel.
Well,
Yeah, I have to be.
I'll
I have
save
to be
it.
careful.
Let me go on there.
It's
Is
in
it
the. It's in the private chat. Chances are I'm probably going to start streaming as soon as I leave here.
It's
Because I have to-
StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm using StreamYard.
Okay. You're gonna
Do you
type
see it
in
on-
I got the
comment?
video up.
I put it in the private chat.
Okay. I copied it, so
I
can save it.
gotta switch over here because I'm in public chat. Let's go private chat.
Did you?
Shadow Blue. Hold on. Yeah, let me write this down. See, this stuff's got me all messed up because I've always used uppercase letters for everything. Now I got to use small stuff. Well, that's why I take all my notes in, and used to be a sign painter. I used that. Then in communications, I used it. So it's writing reports.
I saved it.
Yeah.
The link already.
Black Hawk, are you still there?
I used to work for Black Hawk in Blackwater.
Yeah.
Yep.
Somebody in the comment section. His name used to be Black Hawk, but he changed his name to Bong James Bong.
Okay.
I saved
He
it so that
did.
way I can be able to see
I
it.
don't know why.
Alrighties, nighty night.
Good night.
Good night, Gary.
Sleep well. I'll see you guys maybe
The
tomorrow
O
at EQ's. He's having a backstage on the 30th.
B.
All right.
I'll see you guys then.
That's Juliet Oscar 01.
It's HTTPS.
J
Do you see it?
Oscar
Do you see it
Oscar.
in the private chat?
Yeah, the last two is a 01 or a 0. Is that a 1 or an L?
That's a 1.
Okay, 1, numeral 1.
Towards the end,
Yes.
the one next to the H.
No, at the very end it says J00.
Oh no, that's not my It's the one beneath that. That's not the channel link. That's a link
Oh,
to the video.
oh,
The
that's
one
the video.
below it.
That's VEDO. Okay, I need to rewrite this. HTTPS double dit / ubloob.
It's 6 o'clock nearly. Just one more minute.
.com / CHA and then
Did you get it?
just about, hold on.
Oh
1HS, okay.
yeah. 1HS QA 9YW.
Got it.
All right. I'll start setting up a live stream if you'd like. I'm not really tired. I stay up for
Okay.
ages.
HTTPS double dot / small letters youtube.com / channel small letters / capital UCO small SXD capital GP 8H TEM -E4 1 HS capital Q capital
Yep.
A 9 Y little W.
Yep.
And that's a long address. I guess he's gone to bed too. I think.
Are you going to bed?
No, I'm up all night. I'm a night owl, man. The only time I go to bed at night is if I got to get up and go fishing or hunting, or I'm leaving on a trip somewhere.
I'll hold on.
Yeah, I'm retired, man. I retired years and years ago. I retired in my 50s.
Oh, great. It turns out that I've reached my monthly streaming limit on the free
Oh,
plan.
okay.
I guess I have to upgrade it. Unfortunately. Hold on. Let's see what I can do now. Hold on. I'm gonna have to sort this out another time because I'm not allowed to do it without my mother's knowledge. Unfortunately. I don't know why it's only just doing that now. It doesn't let you continue the free plan forever, does it?
Do what?
The free plan on StreamYard? It doesn't let you continue that forever?
Oh, I have no idea what their rules and stuff are. I just know one thing. Since they started all this censorship, I stopped ordering anything on the internet. I won't even shop or buy nothing on there.
Yep. It won't let me start a new broadcast unless I go with a new free plan. This is what it says. You've reached your monthly streaming limit on the free plan. You're in an elite group. Only 5% of users stream as often as you. Since the 24th of December, you've streamed for 20 hours and 22 minutes. The free plan is limited to 20 hours per month. When a StreamYard free plan customer exceeds the monthly streaming limit, there are two options. Purchase a paid plan. Paid plans allow people to stream as much as they like. Plus, you get many other benefits like multi-streaming, recording overlays, and removing StreamYard branding. Or you can wait until the usage sets back up on January 24th. Good God. We're not going to wait until January 24th.
Jesus.
That'd be
Oh, and
forever.
they're making you wait that long because you went over.
They're basically saying that I can wait until January 24th so that I could start streaming for free again, or I could pay for it.
Hey,
That's what they're basically telling me.
got
20 £20 per month for this.
you.
Mm.
I catch on real fast. Usually I'm ahead of a person before they even say it.
I might be able to use one of the old links. Hold on. Might be able to use one of the old links of one of the previous streams. Might be able to link it. Hold on. No, there's nothing. I was thinking maybe I could use one of my old streams, one of the backstage areas of my past streams, but they're not there. Yeah, they've discontinued it, so I have to pay. I might, uh, I might stream later on. All right,
Okay.
I'll try and stream later on. Are you subscribed yet?
No, I hadn't been to your channel yet.
All
Let
right.
me open up another window here.
Do you do live streams?
No, I don't do anything with this stuff.
I wonder if EQ's awake yet.
I don't know. There's YouTube. Let's see. You're under Shadow Blue.
Huh?
You're under Shadow Blue.
Yep. Shadow Blue.
Oh,
It's the one with the wolf with the cross on its head. Did you get it?
I'm looking for it. I got a whole bunch of Shadow Blues. Shadow Blue. It's got a S. Wait a minute. It ain't it. Shadow of Blue, Alan Parker. I got all kinds of stuff here.
You do know that you can click the link uh, on the private chat. You can actually click it, and it would take you to the YouTube channel.
Okay, let's see. It might disconnect me from here if I do, so let's do it this way.
Couldn't you do it on a separate tab as well?
Yeah, that's why I did. Open up another tab. I'm going to type in that video link.
You'll have to do it on. You would have to type in the link on YouTube, I think. On YouTube. I don't know if it would work on Google browser. I don't know. Hold on. That's very unexpected. I thought it was going to be free. Like I didn't know that they would make me upgrade it so soon. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Oh, wait a minute. I messed up.
It'll be a different photo to the one that you see on here. The photo that you will see will be one of a black wolf with a reverse cross on its head.
Oh, man, this thing ain't doing right. Okay, let's go to YouTube, see what happens here.
All right.
YouTube.
Once you subscribed, it will automatically tell me. It'll notify me, and yeah, it'll let me know.
Okay.
I've only started doing this StreamYard thing for 3 days. I only started 3 days ago.
Oh, but
Yeah. I honestly have no clue what I'm doing. I actually managed to get a couple of people from the New York chat up on the platform so that they could talk to me directly.
now
But they're always
I'm banned from that New York chat.
You are?
Yeah.
Why?
They don't like my comments on Islam.
That's
I
unfortunate.
found it. Shadow Blue 50. Okay, here we go. Bingo.
All right, hold on. Should let me know in a moment.
Just to become a subscriber.
All right, hold on. It'll let me know now. It usually goes through email as a notification. It usually comes up whether somebody subscribed. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription.
Good.
So what are you gonna do now?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm just I've been in bed sleeping most of the day.
I don't sleep much. I usually stay awake for hours. I was awake tonight. I was awake. I was getting restless. I did start. I did start streaming earlier. There was nothing wrong then. I have to sort it out. It just doesn't want to let me stream for some reason. There's no way that I'll be waiting until the 24th of January to start streaming again.
Hmm.
I'm surprised that EQ fell asleep.
Well, he does have a pretty good bit. It works.
He's the lucky one. He's the lucky one. I usually don't get. I only get a couple of hours. I usually get a couple of hours sleep, something like 3 or 4 hours before I start to wake up again. It takes a couple of hours for me to fall back to sleep. By that time, I'm still exhausted. Hold on. Hmm. I wonder. You have to, if you ever do come back to the United Kingdom, you have to go to Dinas Emrys. It's a lovely place.
I
One
hear
of the
you.
best, one of the best places I've ever been, to be honest. It's
If
apparently the
I go back to UK, I'm going to Campbelltown.
Dinas Emrys is apparently the birthplace of Merlin, the wizard,
Oh, okay.
and King Arthur. It's very interesting. It's also where the dragons, the white and red dragon, apparently had their fight.
But if I go back, I'm going back to where my clan's castle is in Perthshire.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm mostly Scottish by blood, American by birth.
Oh, you're Scottish.
Yep.
Scottish descent.
Oh yeah.
Definitely be glad to have you back then.
Yeah. My family fought with Wallace at Methven Castle in Perthshire.
William Wallace.
Yep.
He was a true warrior. He was
Yeah,
a
my
great
my
warrior.
my clan was granted title in about the year 1000 AD, right around that time period, by the
Well,
king of Sweden.
I'm not entirely. I have to admit, I'm not entirely English. Some of my ancestors came from Scandinavia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my grandfather's side, one of my father's side is Scottish, but my other side, grandmother and grandfather are Irish and English. And my grandfather's family goes back pretty far. Have you ever heard of Sir Robert Walpole?
No.
He was a prime minister back in 1770 something.
Was he?
Yeah. You ever heard of a football player named Methveen?
No.
Played soccer.
No, I haven't.
And then there's the
Uh,
HMS Methveen and all kinds of stuff. Mary Queen of Scots stayed at my family's castle or my clan's castle. So man, a whole bunch of them did. Robert the Bruce and Queen of England, and it
uh,
goes back way back then and all that.
I gotta be honest. The thing is that the monarch has become associated predominantly with British culture. In my opinion, I don't think we need them anymore. They're more of
Oh,
a
what a
mascot.
monarch? No, you don't need a monarchy government.
Exactly. I don't like them. I've talked to a couple of people on the New York chat about the English monarch, uh, and quite a few of them have insulted me because of my distaste for them. I don't like them.
Well, I mean, uh, uh, I, I don't think I need somebody to rule over me
Yeah.
because it's like government should be the people and what they want, not what a monarchy wants. Oh, you know what I found? On Macrahanish behind RAF Macrahanish, that base is closed down, military now. But I was walking towards the Macrahanish golf course on the beach, and over on the side of one dune, I found an old hobo hut, and I found a whole bunch of stuff in there, man. I found a candy box, a tin, about how big could I describe it to you as in inches? About 4 inches by 6 inches by about 5 inches high. That's about as almost as long as your hand, almost as high as your hand, and almost as wide, in dimensions. But it was from the coronation of Queen Elizabeth back in, was it the 50s
Yeah.
or something
It
like
must
that?
be.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it was old candy tin. I got it up at the camp.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth, she started, I think her reign started in something like 1953 or 1956.
Yep,
I'm not sure.
that's where the tin was from. I
She
just had
was
a lightning
born,
bolt.
Queen Elizabeth was born in 1926. Uh, so that would make her something like 26 if she came to power in
Hmm.
1953, something like that.
Yeah, when I was in London, it's the underground, right? The railway train underground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool how they got shops and stores and restaurants and all kinds of stuff down there.
Yeah, I used to like it, but over the years, it's just way too busy. It really is. It's way
Hmm.
too busy. So many people in London go under the underground station, and it's just too busy.
I got
So
you.
many people can't even drive over here because it is such a compact city. Most of them who don't have any cars use public transport, but they also like to use the underground.
Yeah, when I left Scotland, I went down towards England and I took a bus. That way I could see the countryside. Because, there's a ton of taxis. You can get anywhere you want to go in a taxi. A cab,
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
we have some lovely countrysides over here.
Yeah, I
Oh,
went down to Brighton. I always laugh about the rocky beaches. That's where the Who filmed that movie, Quadrophenia.
which
I
movie?
saw the, huh? The
Which
Who,
one?
uh, Quadrophenia.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I've
What's that
seen the
about?
Who in concert. They're a damn good concert.
I have to look it up.
Oh yeah, man. It's like a well, it's not like an American motorcycle gang. You know, these kids are on like uh, it's what we call scooters in a way, but they got bigger engines on them. It's a pretty good movie, man, about drugs and sex and gang fights on motorcycles, and it's the movie. The Who did the music for the movie. It's a
Yeah,
bloody classic, man.
I'll watch
That's
it. I'll
almost as
definitely watch it.
classical as Clockwork Orange.
If it's a classic from that era, I'll probably watch it because any other movie made nowadays, I just don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Clockwork Orange was a good one as well.
Yeah,
Stanley
let me see
Kubrick
if I
was a
can find
great
it real
movie
quick.
director. He was a great movie
Uh,
director, Stanley Kubrick.
Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic. It'll never die because it doesn't really necessarily associate with anything or events. It's something that happened. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's not like restricted to a certain time period. It could happen today. It could have happened 100 years ago. You know, or it's just
Plus, it was made by Kubrick, a film
yeah,
legend.
yeah. He's good. Everything he does is good.
Yeah, he was one of the. Actually, I won't say he was one of. I'll say he was the best. He was
Yeah.
definitely the best movie director in Hollywood. He made
Yeah,
everything himself.
yeah, Quadrophenia came out in 1973, the same year I went in the military.
Hmm, cool.
Uh,
How
the
old were
the
you then?
I was 18, man. I'm an old man. The
What
movie
was it like
set.
in the army?
Do what?
What was it like in the army?
I was in the Navy.
You were in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. My
Yeah,
father always told me to go in the Navy because you'd get to see around the world. I've always wanted, like, if I wanted to join the army, I've always wanted to join infantry. I've wanted to
mm-hmm.
be an soldier. I mean, I'm not. I don't think I would be good at anything else, like being a marksman or an engineer or mechanic or anything. I think I'd probably be best suited as an infantry soldier, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, the Who, man, they did a lot of good stuff. I saw them in concert, and it was a fantastic concert. I got the album The Who, I think, on my 14th birthday.
Hmm,
But
cool.
it's not basically about a young kid trying to find his way in life, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, a bit like me, to be honest, trying to find my way in life.
Yeah. The movie's name Quadrophenia, spelled quad Quad, ro, free Phe, Greek, and then Nia. It's either Greek or Latin. Quadrophenia, ever how that Phe means.
Right.
But
I'll look it up now. Hold on. I
it's pretty good.
found it. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I'll
Probably
definitely watch
watched
it.
it on the internet free since the movie's so old.
That was made. When was it made? Back in 1973?
Yep.
I'll definitely watch that.
To a sense, it's kind of timeless in a way too. These kids break into a drugstore and get all kinds of drugs, uppers and downers. They use slang of that time era too, so that's easy to keep up with.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it in several years. I watched it a couple of years ago. Then it had been like a couple of decades before I'd watched it again. So when I first saw it,
I'll definitely watch it. Definitely have to watch it. You know our conversation earlier about generation thing.
yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
Well, these people are going too far. They're not teaching kids that they're not teaching them accountability. They think,
Exactly.
oh, everybody else has got to take care of this. Everybody else, you know, it's like then they're trying to divide people up into classes, social classes. Well, when the politicians finish, there's going to be the rich and there's going to be the poor, and there's not enough of them to be rich. So you're going to have to control you somehow. But as far as
Unfortunately,
yeah, as far as today's generation, I don't associate with any of them.
neither do I, to be honest. I,
Right.
I can I can't be bothered. I really can't be bothered to try and associate with people my age. I just try, but I failed so many times over the last couple of years to try and understand how it works, how they work. They're into all of the social media trends, culture, music. I don't like any of it.
Wokeness and self worth, and it's all about
Exactly.
them. And that's what communists want you to think is all about you. They don't want you to think of everybody as being independent. They want a collective to where everything goes to the government and you get what you're worth. If you're a
Exactly.
farmer, you're going to get so much. If you're a technician, you're going to get what a technician is worth. You know what I'm saying? And then you're
Yeah.
going to get privileges associated with each one of those.
No, this generation is going to be the worst for it. They're going to be the most gullible for it as well.
Right. Well, they're being set up for it. And it's these communist policymakers in schools and these left wing idiot professors trying to teach them
Definitely.
that these values that they're telling them are the only true things and there's nothing else. And you have to think this way. Oh, I went to school. They didn't teach me how to think or what to believe or anything else. They taught me how to use my damn head.
They're indoctrinating them. They're conditioning children from a young age.
Exactly. It's like back the roots of rock and roll and everything here in America, man. When it hit Britain, this is for the British wave, and the BBC the government did not allow the BBC to play modern rock and roll from the 50s and stuff like Buddy Holly and the Crickets, and you know what I'm saying. These
Yeah.
guys had to get on a ship and take it and anchor it in international waters so they could broadcast the music into the UK.
Yeah, because every other company, corporation refused to air them on live television.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of them did that. Like,
Yeah.
they refused to give them the spotlight on television, and anything that collides with the narrative, whatever the narrative of the establishment may be, because it always changes over the last couple of years. It always changes. It always does. Like there was a time where like they used to discriminate against other racial minorities, but now all of a sudden nowadays we find that the establishment is on their side, and
Hmm.
it's because
The money.
it's not just money, it's because it creates division between people.
Oh
If they
yeah.
don't, if they truly wanted to unite us, they would let us unite in our own way instead of trying to propagandize everything and indoctrinate the youth into this idea. It would come naturally. we would unite naturally, of course. But like I said, they switched sides now, and now they're telling black people that from an early age, again, conditioning them into a young age, that we're the enemy. They used to do it to us as well. They used to do it to us as well.
That's Marxism.
Exactly. They're doing it to everyone. They're not just doing it with black and white people. They're not just doing it with stuff like that to increase discrimination against both races. They're doing it with gender. They're doing it with the vaccine.
Exactly.
The vision for everything, divide and conquer. You know, because if people were truly united, we would prove to be quite the competition for control when it comes to the government. If people were truly united, so they have to destroy the unity amongst people in order for their plans to succeed, whatever those plans may be.
Mm-hmm.
Divide, divide and conquer, basic strategy. It's
Well,
how the Romans did it.
that's the whole thing down. What do you notice that communists and Hitler did? They burned books.
Exactly, to
They
erase the history.
they killed the old and get rid of the people in schools and public offices and all this stuff so that they can put in who they want to teach, what they want to teach, what they want people to believe. And
There
if
was a
you get rid of history, well then you're giving a whole new history to start on from the communist perspective or the Hitler or Islam or whatever it is, you know.
yep. It's a very bad time. It really is.
And they'll do stuff. This is off subject, but it's like saying that, well, they burn witches at the stake in America for punishment. And that's not true. They were all hung. Burning witches was a European thing, but they want to say it here, so they can find a way to change things around. It's like trying to the Civil War is a good example. Taking down statues and all this, and you know what?
Yeah.
Most people really don't give a damn about it. Only a couple do. So the communists will come in and say, well, hey, we'll make this a racial divisional thing and we'll push it and cause more division between people. But what they won't tell you is about all the black troops that fought freely for the Confederate side during the Civil War.
Yeah, that is true as well. And also, they also won't tell you that it was actually leaders in Africa who sold black slaves to Europeans. They won't
Very
tell you
true.
that either. They wouldn't tell
Very
any of
true.
us that.
And it existed before anybody in Europe had anything to do it, because you're familiar with the Silk Road, the trading
Yeah,
route? Well, Islamic people would capture blacks, castrate them, and send them along the Silk Road. And the next thing you know, they're going into India and China with black slaves, but they couldn't reproduce,
good God.
you know.
Oh,
And then you get back, just here in Louisiana, it's all on public records. You can go down and dig the records up if you want to read them. 40% of the slave owners at the Civil War in Louisiana were free black men. Every state that had owned slaves, or any area in what's now the United States that had slaves, had black slave owners also. But they don't want to teach you this in history.
it's not like it was singularly about race either. I mean, plenty of other empires had race
Right.
identity. I mean, you have the thing with the Romans here. They also
Yeah.
enslaved countless British people over here when they conquered it, and yet some of the British people over here just joke about how good of a job the Romans did by building us bloody roads.
Yeah, and the the Romans didn't do very well against the Picts either, the Scottish.
No,
They built the wall to keep the Scottish out. And then there was the Butte Wall. Not
the
many people
Ninth
know about the
Legion.
Butte Wall.
The Ninth Roman Legion completely destroyed by the Scottish.
Yeah. Raid them at
You know
night.
that? Yep,
Yeah.
they were
And,
completely annihilated. The Picts completely destroyed the Roman Ninth Legion.
mhm. And they didn't do very well against Ireland either. Ireland stood up real good to the Romans. They see a lot of people in America think that St. Patrick was Irish. St. Patrick was part of the Roman Empire. And when he was young, he was captured by Irish raiders and taken and held captive in Ireland. And he was released and he went back to Britain, where he converted to Christianity and returned to Ireland as a Christian mercenary. When he said he stood the two hills, he stood on top of a hill and banished all the snakes from Ireland. Well, the snakes were pagans. And St. Patrick, that was about 400 AD, somewhere around there. He didn't really gather that much popularity until almost 800 years later. It's the patron saint of Ireland. And then the English, they, when the Roman Catholic Church and Protestants developed, and King James didn't he rewrite the Bible, his version?
Huh?
Something like that. But anyway, the English wouldn't allow anybody from Ireland to speak the Irish Gaelic language. They couldn't wear a 3-leaf clover, which represents the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the Trinity. All kinds of stuff, man. And that's what basically is the roots of the Irish Republican Army, is the rebellion against the British Protestants. And then they put the Orange in Northern Ireland, and they were trying to breed them out, through the mixing and stuff, and that didn't work too damn well.
This is what I mean with the vision thing. It's not only just nowadays; it's also with the Irish as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at it. Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, they're separated. It should be the entire island. The British Isles are supposed to be united as one. Instead, we've lost Ireland. Now they're trying to get us to lose Wales and Scotland as well. There's already two separate parties in Scotland and Wales trying to gain independence from us, England.
Mm-hmm.
They're already trying to campaign for it. It's just so that they can destroy our nation and destroy the Union. Scottish, English, Irish, and Welsh, yeah, but ultimately we are one. We are British. And now they're trying to get rid of that. This is not what the soldiers who fought in Normandy were expecting. Again, betrayed by politicians.
Yes.
This generation really needs to reflect back on what that generation did for us. They stood up against a tyranny and they won it. And now people need to start, they need to start protesting their rights. Now they need to stop. They need to tell the politicians where their place and position is, who their loyalties truly lie to, and that is us, the people. The politicians are supposed to be, in a sense, nothing more than representatives of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're
that's
representatives of their own beliefs.
exactly. Yet we know that's not the case, because if they were representing us, the British people, they would not be taking it upon themselves to make all of these actions that are destroying our country. They would also not be including us in wars that don't even concern us. It's like this thing with Ukraine that's going on currently. You know, there's this massive concern about Russia and Ukraine, even though Ukraine has been provoking Russia for ages, since Crimea, I think. Yeah, since Crimea. Did you know Crimea elected to be part of Russia?
Really?
Yeah, they did. It was a democratic referendum. They elected to become part of Russia, but Ukraine started massing troops together and were preparing to put an end to the referendum. They were going to intervene. So Russia said, no, you're not going to do that. And so they sent troops into Crimea. But the Western media reported it as an invasion of Crimea.
Okay.
They were going to integrate Crimea democratically, but Ukraine objected and tried to invade and send Ukrainian troops to stop it from ever happening. But,
Hmm.
you know, they don't report on that, do they?
No. One thing does concern me about that part of the world all over in there is the amount of people or politicians that were once involved with the communist Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Like Putin's a perfect example, man. He was a KBG agent, man. You know what he did? He ran a group of people. I mean, they had them all over the country, but what he did was he enlisted spies, not spies to infiltrate other countries,
Yeah.
but to infiltrate families and their family members.
He did it with Boris Yeltsin.
Yep, the
He
KGB.
blackmailed Boris Yeltsin to resign.
Really?
Yeah, he managed to get his spies to get some dirt on Boris Yeltsin, and they forced him to resign. You need to understand that Boris Yeltsin was working pretty much for Bill Clinton, and Putin didn't like that one little bit. And as soon as Putin got into power, he started kicking out all of the rich Russian aristocrats who were in Siberia and other places of the country. And then they all came here in Britain.
Yeah, Putin ain't nothing but a pout. Putin's got a lot of money, man. He's in money and control. He's worse than a snake. He's worse. You can't call him Satan. But you just call him a low life SO, whatever you want to call him, man.
The thing is, with the people of the East and the people of the West, their leadership is two different expectations. Like over here, we want moral, noble leaders, yeah? But over there, they'll tell you that they think that Joseph Stalin, the man who killed millions of innocent Russians, they'll
80
tell you
million plus.
yeah, they'll tell you that he was the greatest leader that Russia ever had. For some
Huh.
reason, the Russians, I know, they're dictated by action and brutality and strength over in the East. It's not about what's noble and what's not noble. It's simply about strength and good leadership in Russia. They don't care about what's right or what's wrong over there.
No,
And they also
they don't.
the healthcare over there is not entirely different from the United States. But one aspect that they do take into account is that you know how insurance over there is
Mm-hmm.
high. They take into account that if you're in dire need of assistance, medical treatment, they will help you pay the bill after the treatment is actually implemented. After the treatment's all done, that's when you have to worry about the costs. So they'll help you work out financial planning and stuff like that, but they'll actually let you get the surgery or the treatment that you need, and then in Russia you would pay afterwards. They still have to
Okay.
pay. It should be like the NHS. The NHS, it doesn't have any private industry. There's no private enterprise. It's purely taxpayer funded over here. The NHS.
You know what karma is, right? What goes around comes around.
Yep.
Uh, I used to supervise a very large group of people at a casino for valet, and but I was working for another company assigned to catching car thieves, and we had this one valet. He was from Romania. All he did was talk down on the United States. I told him, man,
Yeah.
why don't you just go back? He said, no, because only because I can make money here. You know, United States sucks. Y'all don't know anything, y'all. And it's like he was more like jealous of the United States. Well, karma caught up with him. He was walking down the street one night in New Orleans, got jumped by some guys, got hit in the head and the face a couple of times with some brass knuckles. I have no empathy for him.
Was he American himself?
No, he was from Romania.
Well, that's ridiculous. Seriously, if he was criticizing a country which he wasn't even born in, that's ridiculous. Like
Oh man,
seriously,
if he
he
would
has
have
no
gotten
rights.
hurt, he had free health care. He would have gotten taken care of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had
If he
no
wanted
rights.
an education, he could have got the money to go to school, whatever he wanted.
It's not even his country to criticize. You know.
Exactly. Exactly. But karma caught up with him is the way I see it. Yeah, when I lived in the UK, I didn't walking around saying the queen was a dog and none of this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I would have been happy if you did, to be honest.
But you
But
don't do that kind of stuff.
yeah, I know, I know, I know, I know you don't go around saying things like that. I know, but to be honest, anybody could say anything about her. God, I don't care about the monarchy. We've had them for something like 500 generations. I mean, when is it going to end? I mean, it's time for a new monarchy at least. You know, one that actually does something besides collecting MOT and tax.
Hmm.
It's just quite boring. It really is. We've got Prince Charles, who's going on about environmentalism and all that. That's all right. But it's
Hey,
none of his concern. Because if he was so concerned about environmentalism, he wouldn't have gone all the way to the summit in an aeroplane that lets out plenty of carbon emission into the atmosphere.
yeah.
Hypocrite.
Global warming. What that basically is a greenhouse effect, and what happens is you get carbon dioxide and carbon fluorocarbons and all kinds of air pollutants. Well, these goes into the atmosphere. The sun goes through and reflects off the earth and reflects back off of all this stuff and increases the ambient temperature of the globe. It doesn't cause massive hurricanes and earthquakes and crops failing and all this stuff. Now, can it have an effect on weather? Sure, it can, but not to the extremes that they're claiming. It's like over the last 60, 70 years, the average rise of the ambient global temperature is actually, I think, around 3 or 4 degrees. Oh, it's the hottest that it's ever been in the history. Well, the only recorded history for 100 years or so. What about the rest of the billions of
The
years?
climate's going to change eventually.
It's
Uh,
always
It's
going to change.
it's always changing. Every single day it changes a little bit. It's nothing. It's nothing threatening. I mean,
Mhm.
it's nothing that's going to wipe us out within the next couple of days or two. It's not going to do that. It'll
Right.
take ages. And
Well,
you know,
when a
right now there's
volcano or an earth fissure cracks open and you get all this sulfur dioxide and stuff popping up in the air, that makes an effect too. But
yeah.
what is the mass density of that gas? Is it just a little bit of gas, or is that cloud of gas a whole lot of that gas?
That's quite a lot, to be honest. But
You
they're on
know,
about trying to solve the climate crisis with electric energy, and that's not going to happen because the
mm,
electric cars are too fairly overpriced.
yeah.
British people would rather just keep driving oil cars because they simply stopped caring. Back in the 2000s, people actually used to recycle more because they had concern about climate change. Now it's
Mhm.
been pushed to such an extent they just don't bother. I mean, they recycle, yeah, but they don't care as much as they did. Yeah.
Well,
It's
if they're
because they
really,
pushed it too much.
yeah, if they're really that worried about emissions, you can't shut down the world. But what they would have to do is decrease the population to get it under control. That way they wouldn't produce as much. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. Yeah. Yeah. We are, and I don't want to say it like this. I don't want to say it like this, but we are 7 billion. We are
Yeah.
7 billion people. The Earth. The problem with the Earth is not climate change solely. It is humanity.
Oh,
Don't you agree?
exactly. Exactly. But what a lot of these groups will do is take philosophy and try to make it science.
Exactly. They'll try. They'll try and justify it.
Right.
They'll try
They
and justify it.
they got so many people that are surface thinkers. They think on the surface. They can't read between the lines. They're dumbing them down in school. It's like we said earlier. Oh, they're now saying math is racist. Math ain't got nothing to do with racist. Period.
They're also saying over here the white chocolate's racist.
Oh God, get out of here. Grow up.
I know. They're saying that white chocolate's racist as well.
Oh, but if you
Mm.
if you say, well, it's the Spanish and the Portuguese that brought slavery to the Americas, well, you're a racist because you're talking about a minority. They're not a minority. They're all over the planet. Oh, you can't talk about China. That's racist. Excuse me, China's the most racist country on the entire planet next to the Middle East or the country
Asia,
in
the
the Middle
Middle
East.
East,
Asia.
and
Exactly.
it's actually the Middle East, Asia. Yeah, they're all racist countries. They're racist against people who aren't from their countries, namely white tourists. They absolutely hate them. They also do it in Japan. I was reading earlier. Quite a few of them in Japan give you that look. You
Oh
know,
yeah. Oh yeah. I've been to countries. I know I can spot it a mile away. I grew up in Alabama through the civil rights there. I can spot racist attitudes before they even speak, man. I can see it in their eyes. I've been around too long.
I've seen it. I've seen it quite a lot over here.
Can you excuse me for a minute? I got to run in the other room.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'm back.
Hello.
Yeah, I made it back.
What time is it over there now?
1 in the morning.
It's nearly. Oh, it is actually 7 o'clock. I nearly said that it was nearly 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock here. That's 6 hours apart, I think.
Y'all are you are you're 8 hours different from me and 7 hours different from where Candy and all them are.
Hmm.
They're on Eastern time. I'm on Central time. But
In a little while, I'm going to get the thing sorted out with the StreamYard thing, and then I might start streaming.
okay, the flat earthers and a lot of people say, well, the government doesn't allow anybody to fly over the South Pole. That's why there's no airplane traffic and airliners flying over there. You know why they don't fly over the South Pole? Number one, most of civilization and all the big cities are north of the equator.
Yeah,
South of the equator, if you take the South Pole to go anywhere, you're going the long way. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I tell you, these people, man, they come up with so much garbage.
I don't know. I've talked to a few of them. It's not about to me. It's not about what they believe in. It's about who they are. Like
Yeah,
if they're
exactly.
going to if they'll be decent to me, I'll be decent to them. If they're not going to be decent to me, I won't be decent back. And an example is Billy Hayden. He wasn't.
He's a
He
pervert.
wasn't. Yeah, probably. He
Best
wasn't.
a submariner.
Yeah, he just kept on talking over me.
Yeah,
He
don't
did.
pay no attention to him.
I tried telling him a little bit about history, about the American Civil War. I tried to tell him uh, that in 1863, Russia set up a naval blockade across the Atlantic to prevent Britain and France from invading the East Coast. I tried to tell him that, and so he started, "Oh, have you got a source? Have you got a source of credible information?" So I actually ended up giving him a link, and then he said, "I'm not taking your link. No, I'm not taking your link. I don't think that. I don't believe you." Blah blah blah. He started coming up with excuses not to click the link of information I had provided him. But I understand.
He's trolling you. He's not even worth wasting your life or breath with.
And that's precisely why I just left JC's stream, to be honest. I
Let me
won't
ask
ever.
you this: would you play chess with a donut?
No.
Now you
I pro-
understand.
I probably eat the donut though.
That's why he's not doing checking out the references because he knows you're right.
He's just stupid. He really is. I tried to talk to him, tried to make sense of it. Do you know Colin?
Yeah, he's okay until he's had a too much of a paint and a shot or something, man.
Well,
That
I was
messes him up.
talking to Bill. We started having an argument, and then Colin would interject and start saying, "Oh, you need to treat your elders with respect. You need to treat them with respect." I said to Colin, "I have plenty of respect. I have plenty of respect for those who deserve it. He doesn't deserve it because he keeps cutting me off, interrupting me, keeps trying to talk over everybody else, and." the more I went on there, the more I noticed that I actually started doing almost the same exact thing as him. I would start talking at the exact same moment as someone else. And it was all because of him, because I had to compete to try and, get my point across. Because every time I went to talk, he would talk.
Right.
Yeah.
What I've noticed is that I don't know whether he's a good person or a bad person, but he seems to have a I'm not going to say bipolar. I'm going to say a deep impression that he manages when he's straight, but when he drinks, it brings it out in him.
Ah,
He gets real sad and depressed, and but he gets
Colin,
he gets incoherent at times, quite frequently.
he really got angry at me. I told him, uh, I told him that where I was from. He started saying that I was from Wales. He started calling me a taffy. They also started saying that I was from Scotland as well. Basically, just to try and annoy me. They started saying that I was Scottish Welsh, just to get to me. Then some of them started saying, "Oh, he's not British. He's from what's it called? Belgium. He sounds like 6 feet." One of them said.
Colin is from Belgium.
No, they
I
were
thought he
saying
was
that I
British.
no, they were saying that I was from Belgium to try and
Uh,
annoy me. They were saying that I was Welsh, Scottish, Irish, and from Belgium. They started saying that I was sounding like 6 feet.
mm-hmm.
You know, they started saying that I was sounding like him a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that group of people because most of them are intoxicated on something that interferes with their life, and a lot of them are fly the
I
rainbow flag. They don't have a normal perception on life. A lot of them are just
I'd have to agree there. I definitely
yeah,
have to. I talked with them for weeks. It was a complete waste of my time, to be honest. I talked to them for weeks. I was on that show for maybe about a month, probably, until Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve came along. I told them, I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. I found it, frankly, to be a waste of time. You should have seen their reaction. You should have seen their reaction. They were, um, JC called me a cider boy because I was drinking cider on Christmas Eve, which is what we do every year in celebration of Christmas Eve.
yeah.
Uh,
We drink apple cider here too, but it's not fermented. It's not scrumpy.
and then we also had Kelly, who was saying, "Oh, look at Shadow. Shadow's commenting. He's saying goodbye. He just wants to make sure that everybody makes a massive fuss over him before he leaves to see if anybody will cry about him leaving." She was very two-faced.
Yeah, she's not a straight flyer either. She's on the
Yep. She
left
tried to.
side.
I was talking to Billy Hayden, and then she comes out of nowhere. She automatically just joins the platform, and
Yeah,
then
that
she
might be a
started.
different Kelly I'm talking about. Go ahead. I'm listening.
She started putting words in my mouth. She started saying that I was. Oh, you can't say that about Billy Hayden. I was saying it that his hair looked ridiculous on him, and that he should have it cut.
Yeah. He looks like a Captain Kangaroo or a little girl from 30s or somewhere. I know. I've seen one picture of it. Laugh. Captain Kangaroo looking guru.
I was pointing out the truth, to be honest. I
I
mean,
know.
he
I know.
should, he should, he should get a bloody haircut. And then she started saying, "Oh, you say this about all men who are around Billy's age? And I was going to say, no, of course not. I don't say that about people around Billy's age. It's just that it looks ridiculous on him. Just look at him, for God's sake. And he's looking at me. He's got the camera on. He's just smirking sarcastically, and like he started rolling like one of those weed joint things, you know.
Yeah.
And she just puts words in my mouth. Yeah, she was trying to. Another time, she tried to make me out to be a misogynist as well. And then some other person they invited up asked me, "Do you support the BNP?" Good God! And I tell you what, that annoyed me. That did. The BNP. Good God. The
Well, you know,
BNP.
she used to work for CNN. That should tell you everything right there.
Oh, she used to be the moderator, didn't she?
Right.
On the chat or something.
Yeah.
On the CN chat.
Something like that. But still, it's CNN.
Mm.
That explains everything right there. You got to be mentally warped to work for CNN.
Well, I'd say any news journalist company nowadays. They all have. It doesn't matter which one. They all have a shared agenda, whether it be right, whether it be left, doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, they're still puppets of the corporate establishment. They're both working for the same people. It doesn't matter that they're right wing or left wing. They're they're doing the thing as that I was saying earlier, creating division. They're turning people against each other with race, with gender, with the vaccine, and most of all, with their insecurities and their ideological beliefs. They're using our beliefs as well against us. They're turning families
Yeah.
inside out. They've done it. They've done that for decades. I talk quite a lot when I drink cider. I'm sorry if I talk too much.
No, that's okay.
I've only had
Yeah.
3 cans,
What?
which is
What? What? All this crap they're talking about. Look, it's part of. It's part of the communist. It's kind of let's say it's part of the communist plan to take over, and it incorporates all their feelings and all their beliefs and all this stuff from the left. And what it is designed to break down American value, is what it is, and replace it with other ideologies. And they think, oh, I'm educated and I know this and that, but they don't see the whole picture. They're surface people. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's precisely what they're doing here as well. It's precisely what they're doing here in Britain, in France, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and Sweden as well. They're doing it all across
Mm-hmm.
Western Europe, Italy included. Definitely doing it in Italy. Italy actually is the one that they send a rescue boat, right? They get human traffickers from Libya, they ship
Mm-hmm.
them out into the Mediterranean Sea. Then the economic migrants, they send out a distress call. So then the Italians send boats to pick them up. They pick them up, put them in a hotel, and then they just get to stay there. Then they come up through France, and eventually they make their way through the English Channel up into London. And that's how they do it. That's how it. That's how they do it. Unfortunately, and I understand that many of them want out of their countries, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them that they want to leave their countries because there's nothing over there. It's quite brutal. It is very, very brutal over there.
Do you see the name that I typed in down there? CLEON
Yeah,
SKOUSEN. Write that down and save it and look him up.
All right. I'll screenshot it now. Hold on. There you go. I screenshot it.
Okay. Look him up later and look into him and look at some of the books he wrote.
Yeah.
He was an ex FBI agent and he writes books. I think he might be Mormon or something, but that doesn't matter. But he gets into detail, and this goes back into the early '60s when he wrote these books, and I think maybe the '50s. But he describes how communism is going to take over and how they're going to do it, and how they're going to use the media and the schools and all this to change public opinion and ways of breaking things down. And all this stuff he's talking about is starting to happen.
I really hate communism and socialism. It's more or less the same thing.
That's close enough. Socialism is the glove that fits on the iron fist of communism. Even Stalin said, "Oh, I love my socialism."
Yeah. They're all just
One's by vote, the other's by force.
talking to a couple of people on the New York chat. One of them is British. They're socialist.
Okay.
They're also they're pro-vax as well. I've talked to them. They're all right. I mean, I can talk to them, even though I can talk to them about politics. It's just that whenever we talk about the vaccine, that's when it goes out the window. I can talk to them about politics. I can try and, I tell them my perspective. I tell them that I'm neither right wing nor left wing. I'm simply someone who does strongly care about the British country and where it's heading. And I do care to the point where it's literally, it's an obsession. I care to the point where it depends on the news report how bad it is, because I could get up cursing and ranting about what's going on, and it's also unfair on myself as well, because I don't like to see what is happening and then only to find myself doing absolutely nothing about it. It's really annoying me to see that nothing's actively opposing what's going on, but also me not doing anything about it. It's really just depressing. We're essentially seeing the death of the country and the
Right.
nation and the West. The West.
Well, one person cannot do anything against something that large as own. It takes a large group of people. And you got to get all those people together.
They don't believe, though. That's the problem. They don't believe. They don't believe that it's possible. They don't believe in anything now. And that's the depressing reality of it. There's not many people here who are actually actively believing in that.
Right.
Over in America, though, there are quite a few people who believe in the American dream, Over there.
The American dream is not becoming a millionaire. If that's where you want to go, it is. The American dream is to live without tyranny, without government control, being able to have a voice in what happens, and working and having a job and stuff like that. Becoming rich is just a benefit that happens on your way on the road. You know what I mean?
Yep.
One guy might walk on the one side of the road and not look hard enough, and he only might find 10 cents. Whereas another guy might walk on the other side of the road and check every square inch out of it until he finds that big money, and he's able to pursue that.
The rich people descend from the working class. There's
Oh,
nothing
they're
to it.
greedy.
They think they're above us, but they're not. They're not above us.
No, they're
We
just
own them.
richer than us.
If it wasn't for the working class, if it wasn't for us, they would have no way to continue the system. They need us as much as we need them. They're easily replaceable. We don't need a rich upper class, but they sure as hell need us, the working class.
Right. And these socialists want to take what you make. Oh, you make too much as the middle class. We're going to take what you got that you worked all your life for, and we're going to make a collective and give it to the poor people. But at the same time, they're rich and they're going to take their big chunk of the change. You see what I'm saying?
It's not for them to decide, really.
No, it's not.
I mean, if you earned it, if you worked your ass off to get where you are in life, then that is yours. If you didn't, if you inherited it, then, perhaps. But if you worked for something, contributed to society, played by society's rules, and if you worked your entire life to get something, then that is yours truly. And it's not up to the socialists to decide otherwise.
Right. And yeah, a lot of these kids, I don't know what kind of delusion they're on, but they think that, well, I went to college for 4 years, so when I get out, I should be making at least $25 an hour. No.
They do that over here as well. They seem to think over here, though, because they've gone to Cambridge or Oxford or whatever, they seem to think that that somehow means because they have a qualification that therefore that translates to intellectual superiority.
No, not at all. It
They
doesn't.
seem to think that they're above everyone. Most of the kids in Oxford are upper class, of course. Because who the
Exactly.
hell else?
They're
Who the
born
hell
with a
else would
silver
ever get?
spoon in their hand.
They only ever get in there because mummy and daddy happen to have a massive bloody
That's right.
pocket full of wealth. They only have wealth, and that's it. We've had them for hundreds of years over here, Oxford. They've been doing it for centuries. It's nothing new, but it's just the audacity. They can criticize us, the working class, for being selfish, for remaining unvaccinated and putting our families in apparent danger, even though they're the ones who are controlling these vaccine layouts. They're the ones giving us access to vaccines. Guess how much it costs to manufacture one of these vaccines? It's not much, I can tell you that.
$40.
Not even that. It takes 99 pence over here to manufacture a single vaccine.
Yeah, and they sell it for 30 times more than it's worth.
Exactly, yes.
Right, okay.
Yep. They sell it for £22 over here. If they charge it $30 in the United States, that's £22 over here, I think. Roughly, I think. Yeah. They're not even vaccines. They have, in order for them to be clinically proven, all vaccines have to undergo a mandatory 5-year period so that they can be properly tested and properly developed, see if they're effective or not. They haven't done that, have they?
No, so basically it's not a vaccine. It's still an experiment.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
An experiment that apparently
How
reduces...
can they force you to be an experiment?
My grandfather, he's had a few of the booster shots. He said to me, I'm not getting any more. I'm not getting any more booster shots. That's it. They're on about 2 vaccines and an additional 7 booster shots in the United Kingdom. Can you believe that? 7 booster shots. Good God.
Oh, 7 different companies that
No, just 7
7
booster shots.
varieties or 7 required shots.
7 required booster shots. Yeah.
I call that an experiment.
Yep.
Oh man.
I'm laughing. I laugh my ass off every time I watch television to see Boris droning on about the vaccine and how successful it's been. If it's been so successful, why is the pandemic not over?
Well,
It's embarrassing. It really is.
yeah.
It really is.
A lot of these people you're talking about, Cambridge, Oxford, Yale, Harvard, and all this,
Yep.
they're going to get good jobs because their parents are rich. They're running around in a rich circle, so they're guaranteed something. Everybody else has to earn it.
Yep. It's
You know?
just unfair. It really is. It's just not fair. And like I said, discipline. Do you think that the upper class ever discipline their children? No. They'll grow up to be wealthy, arrogant snobs. Like the rest of the
Arrogance.
rich upper class.
One thing about arrogance is it will always prove that somebody's stupid.
It always backfires.
Yep.
And because they're so privileged in their wealth, if they ever end up running a business, inheriting a business, then running it, it will probably fall apart. Most businesses that are run by family from generation to generation, most businesses that are run by families statistically don't last very long.
Mm-hmm.
I hope this pandemic is over by the 30th of January.
One bad thing about family businesses is that eventually the family is going to start fighting. And it's going to really hurt the business if it don't bankrupt them.
Yep.
That's standard in almost every family business is somebody wants to be in charge.
Yeah. It could be inherited to brother and sister, then they might start fighting for which one was boss over the company, and then it tears it apart. Isn't it? That's how it usually happens.
That's about what happens.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes the brother and sister end up inheriting the business from their dead mother or father, and then they end up competing for who wants to be the boss, and it might put the company at jeopardy. You know, greatly endanger it. It's not every case, but in some cases. I don't get it. They're trying to destroy the nuclear family. They're trying to destroy family as well. That's another thing that they're doing successfully, is destroying family as a value in the West.
If you read up on the guy Cleon Guskin, however I pronounce it, that's one of his points: is destruction of family value, using the media to control. As the old Cortez, man, she wants speech by the media controlled by the government.
So much for freedom of the press.
Exactly. They want to control what the media puts out.
They already do.
That is wrong.
They already do. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
officially they don't. Officially they don't, but they do. We know they
right.
do. They
Uh,
manipulate the media.
Ginger brought something up on parroting, Parot, like a bird mocks it. Well, repeats what it says, and showed where
Yeah.
all the media is the same story. They all did the same thing and kept doing it and doing it. And I brought up commercialization. In this sense, it means they are commercializing something, which is the idea, or I didn't get to see the whole articles or the news reports of it because it only flashed. But what they're doing is they're using commercialization of an idea to get it across. It's like if I come
The
up with an
narrative.
idea of something and then at work I'm going to try to sell it to everybody and sell it to everybody until they believe
Yeah.
it.
Do you mean the narrative that they're projecting onto everything? The
Oh,
narrative?
basically, they're all saying the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. They're commercializing that propaganda. They're putting it out to everybody. Commercialization is not necessarily advertisement. It's a tool used in advertisement. And that's what they're doing. They're commercializing it by getting that information out and putting it out, putting it out, putting it out, putting it out, and repetitive. If you tell somebody something long enough and repeat it long enough, they're probably eventually going to believe it. And that's what they did to Trump. They lied and they lied and they lied and they lied until people believed it. Trump didn't do anything bad for America. The only thing he did bad was, in the eyes of the communists, say everything that was against them. So the communists say, oh, he's bad. He doesn't believe in our ideologies. He's not like us. But he's exposing this stuff and they don't like it because it doesn't fit their ideologies or their agenda or whatever the heck you want to call it. But it's all just basic. Yeah, it's
I'll
all
call it
basic
an
Maoism.
abomination. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's an
Mhm.
abomination. That's the proper thing to call it. Communism, socialism. It's an abomination.
Yep. Now it's like I told somebody, if we had another major war like World War One or World War Two, these people would realize how important freedom is, and it would cause unity. Because if they started invading our shores, these little left wing crybaby snowflakes, who are they going to turn to?
Nothing. Nothing at all. They won't have anyone. They'll turn everybody against them in the end. And when they eventually turn round, there'll be no one there to back them up. They would have turned everybody into complete enemies.
Right. Oh, and breaking down law, getting rid of the police. That's another objective of communism.
Yep. I know what they've done in New York. They've defunded them, haven't they?
Yeah, well, trying to, and that's backfiring because now New Yorkers that came out just the other day, they're buying more guns. They're going to defend themselves. They got every right to. And then that New York Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Lighthead, whatever her name is, defunding the police. Trump said, anything you want, anything you need, we will give you to help stop the crime in Chicago. Oh, we don't need your help. Now she's screaming bloody murder for the federal government to come in and start prosecuting and assisting with law enforcement because it's gotten out of control. Same in Portland, the same in Seattle, the same in Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago. We even got a problem here in New Orleans. We got Democrats, but New Orleans is a little different. It's a
You know,
little bit different.
did you know that technically, um, Donald Trump is still president?
In my book, he is.
Yeah, but I mean it. He's technically president because, well, it's obvious that the election wasn't, it wasn't real. It was
Oh
probably
yeah.
rigged. But there's that. But then there's also the fact that in 1812, when the British burned down the White House, they had to relocate to a different area, a secondary White House, if you will. And guess
I think
who now owns that reserve?
Philadelphia.
Guess who now owns that second White House?
Uh,
Donald Trump.
uh, but when they relocated, wasn't that to Philadelphia?
I think so. When
Yeah.
they burned down the White House, they had to set up a reserve one for the presidents until it had been rebuilt. So
Okay.
now Donald Trump basically owns that, and not only just the resemblance, it's not only the fact that that place has historical value, he also has shares in NORAD.
Uh,
I tell you what, the media makes out Trump to be some sort of idiot. He's not. You
oh no, he's not.
travel back to the 1980s, you can see he was planning to become president for years.
I didn't know that.
Years. He was.
But
There's several interviews, uh, people asking him, "Are you going to run for politics? Are you going to become president or governor?" And he said, I'm considering it, but I don't think it'll happen." Basically teasing at the idea that, oh, maybe, but maybe not. And for years he kept doing that. So in 2000, as an example, in 2000, January 2000, they did. He was there as they were celebrating in New York. He was there, and they literally asked him up front whether he was going to run for president or if he was just making it up to get like more attention for his casino, because this was back in the 2000s before the casinos were sold.
uh,
But yeah, he's been planning it for ages.
yeah, these people have some of these people think that just because a person is nice that they're good. So is a snake oil salesman. Yeah, I don't particularly like Trump's personality and all that, but I don't
He's
care
he's
about
much
it.
better than Biden. Better
Yeah,
than Biden.
I care about what he can accomplish and what he has done. Biden hasn't done anything but cause problems. Trump,
Exactly.
I mean, we were doing better before Biden got around, whatever his name is. He doesn't even belong. He belongs in a rest area, not necessarily a nursing home, but some place where he can just go ahead and play
Biden
checkers
looks
all
like
day.
he looks like a mouse. Biden does. He has a face like a mouse.
Yeah.
Seriously.
He thinks he's
Just a weird.
bad. I consider him a Vietnam draft dodger.
He's making all these statements like Biden. He's saying all these statements like we do not forgive and we do not forget. He was saying that to Afghanistan or something, and it was like, ooh, but
Oh, yeah, and now no one can fly out of Afghanistan. Evacuation flights are done and over with. The only people that can leave are the people that the Taliban or ever who they are want to leave, and they got to go where they want them to go to. In other words, they want to send terrorists wherever they want the terrorists at.
yeah. Do you know Trump was going to do the exact same thing as Joe Biden. He was going to pull out of Afghanistan.
Oh
However,
yeah, but he had it planned out, man.
yeah,
He had
yeah,
everything covered.
yeah, he was going to pull out every single resource. He was going to get the helicopters, the guns, the tanks. He was going to get all them out of Afghanistan and then pull out entirely. He was going to let the Taliban cease control, as that was part of the agreement. But he wasn't going to leave all that equipment there. And he
Oh
told
yeah,
them,
that was
Trump also told them up front, look, if one American soldier, a single American soldier, is killed by one of your so-called warriors, we will come back in. We will roll in Afghanistan and we will bring the hammer down. That's what he said to Afghanistan. That's what Trump said. He threatened them. He told them if one American soldier, even one, were to be shot by one of the Taliban soldiers, that he would roll back in there with full force. He said that. And now look at it, Biden. He does the evacuation, he gets everybody on board, but he leaves all that equipment behind. Good God. You know, it's just ridiculous.
yep.
And he's got blood on his hands. He got those he got a couple of soldiers killed. He got a couple of American soldiers killed. I think it was
13
4.
of them.
Yeah, it was a bomb attack or something.
Oh, okay.
No, in Afghanistan, a
Yeah.
couple of American soldiers were killed in action because of Biden.
Oh, then Biden sends one of his famous drone attack to kill terrorists, killed a bunch of civilians, didn't even know what he was in. Oh, we had bad intelligence.
And they were also doing it with Barack Obama. They've been doing it for years. It's a military-industrial complex. They don't care.
Oh, and then he's got that guy Blinken in. That guy is a piece of Swiss cheesecake. He is so full of holes. You couldn't even plug him up, man. He's God. And then they got some Secretary of Transportation or something. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He takes maternity leave because his boyfriend and him adopted a baby.
Is that the one? Is that the one who's gay or something? Like, is that the secretary who's got like he's a guy and he's got like fingernails?
Well, that gay is a politically incorrect term. They're perverts.
They're perverts.
Yeah, they're not normal in the head. That, but he, I guess the term they use nowadays is gay.
Yeah, isn't he that one? I don't know his name though. I don't know his name.
But the plug it, Buddha plug, butter plug, something like that.
It really is crazy.
Buddha plug. I wonder if that's a.
It's crazy how it's getting. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like that mess.
You know, I wanted to go to Australia at least once in my lifetime. I doubt I'll ever get the chance now, considering how barbaric the Australian government is being. Look at how they're treating people in Australia who don't wear masks, who are unjabbed. It's just absolutely crazy. And then the government wonders why Australians are going out unmasked protesting. Because they're literally the government granted the police the power to to take away children if their parents weren't complying with lockdown measures, with COVID measures. That's actually one of their guidelines that they brought in.
Really?
Yep.
That is terrible, man.
They also arrested a pregnant woman as well because she was anti-lockdown. anti-COVID-19 vaccine. They arrested her as she was pregnant in front of her other kids as well. It got so bad that a wife, a wife, ratted out her own husband for going outdoors without a mask. Good God. And then they started saying that he was crazy and that he was suffering from all this. They put him in a doolally bin. They put him in a mental hospital.
Hmm.
Of course, he wasn't mental. He was able to smuggle in his phone. He had access to it. And he uploaded on the internet saying, I'm being held here against my free will. My wife told authorities that I was up to no good. Now they've put me in a mental hospital. Please send help. And I couldn't believe that. I actually could not believe that. The woman ratted out her own husband, the father of her children, and it's just unbelievable.
Yeah,
It
it's
really
so funny. All these Google and Facebook and Twitter and all these platforms and all this siding with the left wing and all the Marxists and everything. Guess what? If they take over, people aren't going to have any money. They're not going to be able to afford the internet, so they're hanging their own throats, a victim of their own arrogance.
Yep. It's not going to last forever. Eventually, this pandemic will be over.
Yeah.
I
Oh, the
think
pandemic. Yeah, that's the whole. That's separate from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Marxist ideology that they're passing, allowing to be passed on. They
I
don't want
know.
to. They want to take anybody off the internet that's against the left. Basically, they don't
My
want you
my
talking
point
against them and all
my
this.
my point is that when this pandemic is over, there's a possibility that they'll be over as well. People,
Hmm.
like I said, there are vast amounts of vaccinated people in this country who have had their vaccine, but now they're not getting their booster shots. They're not getting their booster shots, so people are starting to wake up and listen, per se. They are starting to pay attention now. It won't last. Bloody cultural Marxists telling us how we should be ashamed of ourselves for history that wasn't even my fault. But not only that, it's a history of our people. And now they're telling us all that we have to be ashamed.
No, we don't.
Exactly. We don't have to be ashamed. That shit happened something like 200 years ago. And even then, it has nothing to do with you individually. I mean, if you have to dislike it or hate it or whatever, that's your opinion. But then again, it was a different time, a different century, and a different place.
We don't have. Nobody has to trade with China. The free world has the resources and the people to make whatever we want. We don't need to buy Chinese. We got the
No,
people. We got the resource. We have more resources than China does.
we have more resources than any country. We
Well,
have
yeah, if
more.
we get England and France and even Spain and
All of the
Australia
West.
and yeah, get the free world, we use our own resources. We don't need China. We can develop our own technology. We don't need China. And we don't need the Middle East.
And there's also a reason why I don't like Biden. It's quite obvious why I don't like Biden, but I also don't like Trump for a specific reason. He was trying to, in 2019, it came to light that he was siding with Amazon. He was trying to set up a social credit system. Do you know what that is?
No, explain it to me. from your point of view? See, I can get an insight into it.
In summary, it's a digital database where if you're
Oh,
a good citizen, you'll get plenty of rewards, job opportunities, and stuff like that. Whereas if you're a bad citizen, you won't get rewards, you'll get punished. And your social credit score will go up and down depending on your individual behavior. That's basically it.
well,
But
we
he was,
we we got the criminal justice system. You know, that's the whole entire thing, probation and everything. You know, but I see what you're saying. That if a person is non-compliant with the rules of being a good citizen or living in a good society, they're going to be allowed to do less. Well, yeah, hey, that might force them to change,
yeah,
depriving them.
but the thing is, China uses the social credit system as well, and it's very bad over there. The way China uses it, good God. You know, you can't even in China, you can't even talk about you can't even discredit the government in the
Oh,
slightest.
I know.
Yes. And now they're trying to bring in these vaccine passports. We need to be concerned about the social credit system because if governments are trying to bring that in, I think we're all in trouble. I encourage you to do some research on the social credit system. There's quite a few politicians like Boris who are trying to bring it in.
Well, if government would do what they're supposed to do, make it so that people have jobs and just make everything better, people will
Exactly.
respect that, you know.
Yeah,
But when
people
they
would
say,
respect that.
well, we won't, we won't, almost 70% of what you make to go into some kind of tax. We want the money that you get to go into the bank and be controlled by a national banking fund, which is actually controlled by the government. Uh, we want you to do this and that. Then you don't have freedom anymore. The only news you're going to get is controlled by the government. You not even know what you're going to know what's going on. And now they're indoctrinating children into communism. Well, they've been doing this for a long time in the public schools, especially the universities.
Yep.
Because I know,
Universities, no.
yeah, they
Over
started
here,
that crap
over
back in the
here,
daggone late 60s and early 70s. So it's been around for quite some time.
over here now, they're trying to educate children on gender studies, trying to talk to the children about how many genders there are.
Children don't know what all this stuff is. They hadn't grown up yet, they hadn't even lived life.
No, it's so that they can poison their minds at a young age.
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord. That's why I'm probably never going to have kids. If I had a kid and I found out that they were doing that, I'd probably kill them.
Well, even on the internet, you gotta don't look at one site and think that that's all factual information, man. They
Yep.
got a lot of sites out there. They may they may you may think they're American or something or British or something like that, and the opinion that's coming is coming from the free world and everything. When actually they're some other country that's yanking your chain, man. You know what I mean? They're lying.
Yep. I'm definitely careful with that. I check out different websites when regarding information, not just one, multiple.
Oh, even Wikipedia, man, be careful what you read on there, man. I've found a lot of stuff, man, that is nowhere near the truth.
Wikipedia, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, it's a massive. Wikipedia is a massive fake. Did you know? When Trump started calling uh, coronavirus, um, when he started calling coronavirus China
The
virus,
the
they
Wuhan.
renamed. They got rid of the Spanish flu. They tried to rename the Spanish flu to something else. Tried to cover up the fact that, oh, people didn't call it the Spanish flu, so people shouldn't call it the China virus, because to call it the China virus is racist against Chinese people. So to say that people called it the Spanish flu would be racist towards Spanish people, and it's just ridiculous. Wikipedia went through all that trouble to try and conceal the name of the Spanish flu, tried to change it.
Right. Well, it's the Spanish flu is named that because of the Spanish Free Press exposed the government cover-ups that were going on
Unbelievable.
during that time era. Oh, these people so messed up in the head.
It makes me angry. It really does. I'm gonna have to go to bed uh
Okay.
for a little bit.
Yeah.
I will try and start streaming later. Um I will start streaming later as soon as I get this sorted out, but I need a bit of a nap. Been up for a good couple of hours.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to get out of this chair. It's starting to bother my back. Been sitting here too long.
Hmm. So what are you gonna do now?
I'll go lay down and watch the tube and then probably fall asleep. I got to go over and we're moving from here in about start moving here in about another week or so. And I got a storage unit and I got everything in there packed really tight in case we had to move the furniture in there while we're finding another place to live and move out of here. So now I'm going to go over and straighten some of that stuff up and get it moved up to the front so I can move it out real easy and then start moving stuff in the back because I'm going to turn that storage unit into a place to keep things, but I'm gonna keep it's gonna be like a little workshop, not with tools, but I might go there and work on my rods and reels and oil them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of rods and reels and fishing equipment and camping equipment and all the outdoor stuff.
Yeah.
But the apartment's gonna be too small to keep it all there, so I'm gonna set it up so I can go there and work on stuff because it's just a few blocks away. Drive over there and get what I need, and give me a place to go work in the daytime. And if I want to go fishing the next day, I can just pop over there, grab what I need, put it in the car, go fish, drop it off when I come back. Or if I want to go hunting, I can go get my tent, my backpack, and my hunting gear and zip on out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And,
I
and
went um I went fishing once with my uncle. We went on holiday in the Midlands, and we caught a massive eel
uh,
in a lake. We managed to catch like an eel. We were on holiday in the Midlands.
mm-hmm.
We actually caught an eel. It was
Up
all
near
right.
Sterling.
Huh?
Was that anywhere near Sterling?
I don't know exactly. It was somewhere in the Midlands. Uh, I think it was Oh, let me think. It was somewhere near. Oh, I don't remember.
Anywhere near the Argyle Forest or National area? Well, that'd be up right up between Edinburgh and Scotland in that area, and Glasgow.
Could have been. I don't know.
Stirling South.
Could have been. It was a massive eel as well. Oh, we have a photo of it. I have to try and find that one day. It was a massive eel, and he was bloody lucky it didn't shock him to death.
Uh,
Otherwise, I would have said shocker. All right then. I'll see you in a little bit when I start streaming. All right.
okay, man. Cheers. I'm gonna go ahead and shout out. I guess Caleb's gonna let his time run. I hope we didn't get him in trouble. I don't
I
know
hope
what
not.
their policies are on YouTube. They don't have. It needs to be black and white, not. Well, you said this. We're gonna punish you for it, even though you don't know what it is.
Exactly.
Well, then tell us what the policies are. Tell us what the rules are. Tell us what words are forbidden.
I've already read the rules. The YouTube algorithm breaks its own rules, so it doesn't really matter if it doesn't apply to them, nor should it apply to us. So yeah, if they are going to break their own rules, I don't see why we shouldn't either.
Well,
I've, I've already had my YouTube channel removed before, my YouTube account. I was kicked out of the New York chat. I ended up getting suspended from YouTube. I just created a different
I'm banded from New York too. Like it's really gonna affect my life. Well, they banned me from all of this internet. I'll just go buy another computer and get a new web address.
You could just create a different account at the end of the day. You could just create a different one.
No,
You
that's
know.
true.
All right then. I'll see you later.
Okay, cheers, mate.
Ta-da. I'll see you later.